beneficiaries amongst us, you are welcome. Hopefully we can have a very successful seminar, webinar, as they say, since it is our new normal. So on behalf of IAC, I welcome all of you. I will be co-hosting with Memuna. I'm from Ghana. So Memuna is more, she knows more about you guys, and then hopefully she will take the first part of the introduction and the co-hosting, and then I will take the Norwegian part. So Memuna, over to you. Memuna, we can't hear you.
Thank you, Sister Amina. Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, wherever you're connecting from. My name is Maimuna, and I will be co-hosting this conference today with Amina Mahama. We acknowledge the presence of the First Lady of the Gambia, Mrs. Fatoumata Babaro, the Minister for Women Affairs, Honorable Papanjai, Honorable Lamid Bojang, Mr. Drame, and all of you that made Fatou Jan Senghor of Article 19, our guests from Norway, Thomas Presto, and Moses Kwame, if they are joining us now. As Amina said, today we will be co-hosting this conference from Oslo, and unfortunately, it had to be a webinar. This is the 10th anniversary of the IAC International Conference, and this year's theme is Taboos Coming Out of the Norwegian African Closet. We would have loved to get you and welcome all of you here today in Oslo, interact, but nonetheless, like everything else in this world today, we are having it digitally, and we still hope that we will be able to interact. That said, we want everyone to just mute if they're not talking. So we are happy to have you all here. And with that said, I welcome the First Lady of the Gambia, Mrs. Fatoumata Babaro, to do the opening of this conference. Madam First Lady, you're welcome. Just reminding people to mute again, once again, mute your sound if you're not talking, please.
Okay. Before the First Lady of the Gambia comes in, I also want to use this opportunity to congratulate IAC Norway for our 10th anniversary. What is very impressive about IAC Norway is that we have never been afraid to tackle issues that are challenging. And with every year, we have tackled female genital mutilation, polygamy, to child upbringing in Norway. And today we are talking about taboos within the African community. Some may wonder why we have decided to bring countries from the Gambia. But with IAC Norway, about 80% of our members are from the Gambia. And as diasporans, Gambian diasporans in Norway, whatever happens in the motherland affects us. And therefore, whatever seminars we have, we try as much as possible to engage people back home. So with that said, congratulations IAC members in Norway, and keep addressing issues that might not be popular within our community. And then congratulations once more. With that said, I want to introduce once again the First Lady of the Gambia.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister,
We cannot hear the opening remarks. Your Excellency, we cannot hear you clearly. The audience cannot hear you.
Then you mute it.
Can you put it?
Yes. Hello, we're getting you. Okay.
Hello, are you getting us?
We're getting you clearly now.
Okay, sorry for the inconvenience.
That's
The
okay.
Chair, Honorable Minister, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you all. I am pleased and honored to join you all today at this important seminar dedicated to the theme Taboos Coming Out of African Norwegian Closet that seeks to address hate crimes against people for various reasons. I wish to congratulate the Inter-African Committee and the Gambian House for organizing such an event at appropriate moment when the world seems to be more divided than united over differences of opinion and ways of life, which we all are entitled to as part of our human rights. The right to culture in human rights law is usually really about celebrating and protecting of mankind's creativity and traditions. The rights of an individual to enjoy culture, to advance culture without interference for the state is a human right. Under international human rights laws, governments also have an obligation to promote and observe cultural activities and artifacts, particularly those universal value. Culture is overwhelming, applauded as a positive influence in vast majority of human rights instruments. However, some states recognize that certain kind of cultural and social practices may have a negative impact on an individual's health and well-being. Some cultural practices add value to our lives and social status, while other cultural practices are negative and at odds with basic human rights recognized universally. Like other African countries, the Gambia endeavors to eliminate and minimize these harmful cultural practices such as child marriage, female circumcision, and land ownership, amongst others. These are well-known concepts that have evolved, and some of its roots stem from our religion, Islam and Christianity, as a way of life. Where the burning issues of child marriage is concerned, all communities have the sole intention for our girls to get married at a mature age. To that effect, we have entailed laws to reflect those same beliefs, and today, the legal minimum age to marry in the Gambia is 18 years. And I urge the lawmakers to continue to look at these issues with a keen interest. Secondly, the practice of female genital mutilation has now been illegal by the law in the Gambia since 2015. It's an achievement. It is an issue it requires continuous dialogue with our various communities to try to get them to accept and desist from any cultural practices that are harmful to our young girls. Ladies and gentlemen, some of these achievements were only possible due to the presence of influence of women in high-ranking positions. Gender mainstreaming had been a priority for the government. We have women in key decision-making positions, ranging from the vice president, cabinet ministers, parliament, within the judiciary, the army, and in various other capacities, whose participation in all aspects of decision-making. With educated women in positions of power, girls' education naturally becomes a major urgency for the government of the Gambia and led to free education for girls as part of the national efforts to making them at risk of abuse and gender-based violence. Furthermore, the Ministry of Women Affairs is making a huge effort to empower and protect women against gender-based violence and had set up a gender-based violence hotline and a child help, which I proudly launched in June and July this year. With gender-based violence occur everywhere, and the untimely goal for any nation to completely put a stop to such forms of abuse against women and girls. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my firm belief that the right to protect, preserve, and foster our culture of keeping our cultural and ethnically identity. The world is evolving every day. And also with many things with the passage of time, but that sense of belonging. It is important to all Gambians in the diaspora and future generations to come, maintaining the link of value of our African heritage, and only serves to enrich the community that we reside and grow within. In some instances, the clash of cultures may be inevitable, but under various circumstances, one has to guide it by the law and order. The recent ethnic troubles that have become media headlines, for example, are due to cultural tensions that have filled up from within the communities. We must therefore encourage and respect our differences as human beings and accept our unique God-given qualities. We need to harness of our differences for the better and agree to disagree on certain aspects while still being respectful of each other's way of life. I urge you all to continue to be accepting towards one another and to continue to embrace one another as culture devices how we choose to live. But we all live as one human race. In the Gambia, it is a very tolerant society. And in the event where different ethnic groups clash, we urge these communities to continue to resolve their differences through dialogue and brotherhood, and to apply these principles of our religions with religion and culture that all human beings are created equal. We encourage everyone to continue to take it to the higher heights. I thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Madam First Lady, for that very good introduction and opening of this conference. We are honored to have you here today. As Ms. C explained, in the Gambia, we did not even have a Ministry of Women's Affairs, and this was first established in 2019. And today we are honored to have the Minister of Women's Affairs here today with us, Madam Fatou Kinte. And Madam Kinte will be talking about cultural challenges of women's empowerment. Madam Kinte, you're welcome. The floor is yours. Do we have the Honorable Minister with us?
I think her microphone is muted.
We are discussing there something probably.
Okay.
Then can we have some background music?
I'm seeing that we have 42 participants now. I welcome you all to this conference and hope that we would have a fruitful discussion at the end of the day. Whilst we wait for the Honorable Minister, I would just want to talk about IAC Norway and this conference that we've been hosting for the past 10 years. And like Amina, my co-host, mentioned, we've talked about female genital mutilation, we've talked about polygamy, we've addressed many issues that are otherwise not addressed in our society. And I would say that IAC Norway is not afraid of rocking the boat. So today, we are looking forward to a very, very fruitful discussion. But I miss the fact that we're not meeting today to interact and to talk and to eat, especially the food and the good dressing up and everything. We would miss that today. But I think we will be showing the screen. Mamos would be doing that so that it would be more interactive and we would see each other, because I would want to see the Asobi and everything.
Well, we are not doing the Ashobi this year because it will be pointless dressing up and sitting in our homes. So we intend to do it later. But having said that, I think that it's going to be an interesting seminar, digital seminar, because this is our new normal. So we have to get used to it. And I'm glad that so many of our ladies have logged on to take part in this first digital seminar of IAC. And like Memuna said, IAC women, although the subjects we address every year is not popular, it has only made us stronger and better. It has made us better as parents, as some of us as wives, and some of us as husbands, because we have men and women in our midst. So I think in future, the sky will be the limit, because with IAC women, there are some of them who are in the background. They started from the grassroots, and now we invite a lot of guests internationally in Gambia, and some of our topics has raised a lot of awareness amongst our people, and then also within the Norwegian community. So I think we are doing a good job, although it might not be popular.
And the programs of IAC Norway is not just limited to these international conferences. We would just want to say that among the immigrant society in Norway, especially women, when it comes to women's issues, IAC Norway is at the forefront. And I think they've been acknowledged in this Norwegian society and in Norway in general as an organization that deals with women issues. And among their programs, They have women empowerment programs, and they have programs for youths and different programs. They have even the exercise, health, mental health and fitness. They have the youth program. They have the education with the Oslo International School. They have a program with them. Those are just among some of the few programs that IAC do. So it is not just limited to this international conference, but IAC is a very, how do I say, key player when it comes to gender issues and women empowerment in Norway. And I think we should all applaud them for that. Yeah, we cannot see IAC as a grassroots organization anymore. IAC is one of the 4 women organizers in Norway, as we talk to you today. And I think that is very important for we in the Gambia to know that, to acknowledge our own women, to know that our women are doing great, we are doing well. So sometimes people say that Gambia, we are not ready for this, we're not ready for that. But I don't think we should accept it. Because seeing what Gambian women are doing around the world just shows us that Gambian women are not lazy. We are not backward. Gambian women are doing. And now I can see the Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Maimuna. I'm sorry about that. First of all, I want to thank the chairperson of the program, Maimuna, and Amina, the co-chair. I want to thank the organizers of this meeting and to say that I feel very honored to be part of this celebration and to make a presentation. I'm looking at cultural challenges of women's empowerment. Empowerment is the process of being in charge, the process of being in control of one's destiny, one's resources. You are empowered when you are enlightened, when you are aware, when you are educated about the issue or issues, when you are skilled, and when you have autonomy. Empowerment increases the degree of autonomy and self-determination in people. At the level of communities, the autonomy enables them to represent their interests in a responsible and self-determined way, acting on their own authority. You are empowered. Are you getting me? Are you getting me? Are you getting me?
We are getting you loud and clear.
Okay. You are empowered. Empowerment increases the degree of autonomy and self-determination in an individual. At the level of communities, the autonomy enables them to represent their interests in a responsible and self-determined way, acting on their own authority. You are able to make decisions for yourself, your children, your family, your community, and the list goes on. You have the power or authority to make decisions on behalf of an individual and a group of people. When you are empowered, you have a voice, you have a say, you can exercise your right, your status improves, you gain recognition, you are respected, you are engaged, you are consulted before decisions are made, or you are part of the decision-making process. In the process, you become stronger and more confident, especially in controlling one's life and claiming one's rights. As an action, empowerment refers to both the process of self-empowerment and to the professional support of people. Empowerment is the process by which individuals and groups gain power, access to resources, and control over their own lives. At a basic level, the term empowerment simply means becoming powerful. Building personal empowerment involves reflecting on our personal values, skills, and goals, and being prepared to adjust our behavior in order to achieve our goals. Personal empowerment also means being aware that other people have their own set of values and goals which may be different from our own. There are different types of empowerment. We have self-empowerment, social empowerment, political empowerment, spiritual empowerment, economic empowerment, and the list goes on. Today, we are looking at women's empowerment. Women's empowerment is all about giving women the knowledge, the skills, the power to be in control of their own lives and destiny. As women form 50 to 50% of the population of most of our countries, their participation in the overall development of the countries is key for sustained socio-economic development. And as I usually tell my colleagues, no nation can develop without the full participation of its women. Since we form half or even more than half of the population. This has long been realized from Mexico in 1975, to Nairobi in 1985, to Beijing in 1995. These international conferences have realized that women's empowerment and gender equality are critical to sustain socio-economic development. The recommendations made at these conferences prompted the development of strategies and programs for the empowerment of women and girls across the globe. The Millennium Development Goals, the Sustainable Development Goals, Agenda 2030, Agenda 2063, all put strong emphasis on the empowerment of women if you want to attain sustained socio-economic development. Reflecting back, for example, countries are still lagging behind in terms of progress in the successful implementation of these recommendations, which include the 12 critical areas of concern for the advancement of women adopted by most countries, including Gambia, in Beijing in 1995. And the same goes for the SDGs. The gap is even wider and greater for women in the rural areas, indigenous women, women with disabilities, and older women. Even though there are some gains registered, this does not commensurate with the efforts and resources in this work. We should therefore ask ourselves, why? Why are we still lagging behind? Research has revealed that empowerment are mainly traditional or cultural. We can divide this into one, gender stereotype. In some cultures, there is still the strong belief that certain prescribed roles are for men only, while others are for women and girls only. In these cultures, the illiteracy rate among women is very high, as more boys are enrolled in school. Even where girls are enrolled, their education is short-lived due to early marriage. These are the societies where men are expected to work outside the home, earning a living and support their families, while women are involved in reproductive work, which involves childbearing and rearing, looking after their homes, their husbands and children, as well as all other domestic chores. Here, women are valued for their role strictly in the home. With little education, these women are fully dependent on their men, and that's the reason why they cannot raise their voices against any form of injustice or cruelty or violence done to them, as opposed to when they are educated and empowered. Sometimes the women are made to believe that these are normal relationships between men and women. These are even aggravated with religious teachings, when religious teachings are misinterpreted to support some of these practices. When women have been able to make it up to the top decision-making positions, they are very few, and as compared to men, they constantly face challenges in pushing forward the female agenda, because despite the level of education and exposure of most of the men, patriarchy dominates their thinking and decisions, posing a challenge for women in top decision-making positions to succeed in pushing forward agenda for gender equality and women's empowerment. Women in such positions push hard to get what they want. The second challenge we can refer to as social norms. Social norms such as child marriage, FGM, and gender-based violence. A girl who is married to an old man, old enough to be her father, cannot continue schooling if she has ever started any, cannot decide on sex or sex-related issues. This can affect the number and spacing of her children. It is highly unlikely for her to be able to participate in women's empowerment programs, if any, taking place in her community. Her daughters are more likely to marry early, and therefore the cycle continues. A victim of gender-based violence of any form will not be able to participate in any form of empowerment program due to bodily pain, injuries, or stress as a result of the gender-based violence. And similarly, if her movement is restricted. Some of the origins of FGM are traced to man's objective of subjugating women, a challenge for women's empowerment, sexual relations in their matrimonial relations. These social norms are all perpetuated by patriarchy. Now we look at patriarchy itself. In societies where patriarchy is dominant, culture and traditions provide the right and power to men to make a decision on all matters concerning women, whether the male is a father, uncle, brother, or a husband. Family has a straight influence and direct impact on restrictions from parents. The parents impose and inflict more restrictions on their daughters, taking decisions about the choices and selection of jobs and even marriages. In conclusion, there is no way we will achieve our vision of a safer, fairer, and more sustainable world without full participation and leadership of women and girls. Empowering women enhances their ability to influence the changes and create a better society. Empowering women enables them to inspire women with the courage to break free from the claims of limiting belief patterns and societal or religious conditioning, and that have traditionally kept women suppressed and unable them to be able to see their true beauty and power. There is pertinent need to empower women, and the competitiveness of the country depends on the full participation of its women, who constitute more than half of its population. Recommendations. There is the urgent need to mainstream gender in the training curricula of schools, colleges, universities, and other training institutions. Mainstream gender in all government institutions, NGOs, and the private sector. Ensure gender-sensitive programming and planning and budgeting and the training of all staff on gender issues to be complemented by gender sensitization of committee members, including women, men, youth, religious and traditional leaders, and influential persons in our communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Minister. That was a very good presentation, very reflective speech, actually, because we use the term empowerment all the time. And when we talk about empowerment, sometimes I say that no one needs to empower us. We need to empower ourselves first. You have to empower yourself before, and that is what your speech, you went through what is empowerment, education, awareness, determination, and autonomy, and which are very important. The level of self-autonomy of a woman, what does that enable you to do as a woman? And I think that is very reflective. We can start the discussion from there. I know the discussion is going on in Gambia, and a lot of progress have been made since the establishment of the Ministry of Women's Affairs. And we recommend the work that you are doing, both at the grassroots level, national level, and internationally. We would just want to see more commitment from government in implementing all the policies, gender policies, and in the Constitution and everywhere else. And like you said, it is important to mainstream gender in all programs, in all aspects. Thank you very much, Madam Minister. The minister talked about patriarchy in our society and how it affects the development of women. And I think that would be a very good introduction to the next topic, which would be taken up by the Director, Enterprise and Support, Mr. Momodou Drame of the GAIPA, Gambia Investment Promotion Authority. Mr. Drame, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good evening, good afternoon. Maybe some people, good morning to everybody out there. I bring you greetings from the Gambia. It's a pleasure to be here. And I just want to congratulate the IIA or the IAC, for the 10th anniversary. Like it's alluded to by one of the earlier speakers, that we are in Gambia. We were supposed to be in Norway by now, but I'm glad that we are not, because I understand it's very cold out there. And as you can see, the world is a global village. We are not there, but we are there in a technology way. And congratulations, IIA. When I was asked to speak, or when I was tasked to talk on this point, the subject, men as agents of change, I pondered over it, and a million things rushed through my mind, and I said, where would I start? Because it's such a rich and diverse topic that basically covers the entire, one can say, human existence. Men as agents of change. And when I looked at it more closely, I said, what I can do is probably to narrow it down after consultation. I said, let me narrow it down, to a few basic things. Looking at the social aspect of it, the business aspect of it, and looking at health, and the like. But the First Lady, Her Excellency, Fatmata Barbaro, actually made it easy for me. And also the Her Excellency Fatima Kinte also, touch on areas that I should really focus on. And I am like, okay, now let me look at it in that perspective. The theme is very profound, and it is a theme that, to address it holistically, one needs to set the scene first in order to be able to address it, the way I want. And this is the scene. We live in a world of inequalities, very evil or cruel world, a world that there are so many bad things happening. But then what happens, good men sit by and say nothing and do nothing. They just watch. And that is where, men as agents of change comes in. Men as agents of change, what change? I ask myself. We need to change behaviors, our behaviors. Behavioral modification is what is required in our thinking, in the way we do things, in the things we accept, and also, see ourselves, as, men who should take action when we see bad things. Behaviors, because women are abused, some raped, a lot of things happen in the homes, and we are all witness to most of these things. But what do we do? Her Excellency mentioned about the cultural perspective. We all sit and say nothing in the name of Gachela pour family, be malolem pour family, we say nothing and we allow it to pass. And that is what really affects us. And these are the things that men should stand up, speak up, and address some of these things, then they will stop, they will not happen. But we never do that. We are very passive. We allow things to just happen. Children couldn't reach their potential. Some will finish university, they can't get jobs. There are so many, things that we should take responsibility and address them as men, but we don't. Once I'm one of the Miles, I think there is a speaker, actually, I can't remember his name. I think he's Minos, who said, during the Hitler days, he said they came for the communists, and I sat by and said nothing because I'm not a communist. They came for, I sat by and said nothing because I'm not a Jew. They came for the trade unionists. I sat by and said nothing. And the list goes on. He said, when they came for me, there was nobody, to say anything, because all of them are gone. And this is what I'm saying. When bad things happen to women, to children, our education, our development, all areas, things happen, but nobody says anything. We always push the responsibility to say it's somebody else's responsibility. It's about time we start taking, our responsibility for our own actions, because most of these things are made by men. It's not women who are doing some of these things to women. Yes, some would argue that there are other abuses, that women would, also do on men. But 99% is from the masculine side to the feminine side. And this is where we need to look at some of these things, change our perspectives, try to help, our women folks, stand by them, not to, see them as a weaker, partner, and try to impose some of these things. It won't work. Men, as agents of change, we need to modify our behaviors, and then address all the injustices that happen in this country and even around the world. Because if you don't, the next thing that will happen is you will be the victim. We've been victimized. We've seen those things happen here, and I think, like, a little story I always like to tell is when, I think it's in the animal farm, when the animals, they put fire and they were sitting around the fire, and then the lizards were fighting, and one of the animals said to the hen, "Look, these people are fighting, it's very fierce, can you do something?" He said, "I am not going to do anything. What is my business in animals, in lizards fighting?" And then he said to the, I think the sheep said, "It's not my business." The same thing he said to the cow, and the cow said, "What is my business in lizards fighting?" But during the fight, they fell down and then fell on one of the woods that they were, around the fire, and then the house caught fire. Their owner was in bed sleeping. When the house caught fire, everything got burnt. The owner supposedly died. And then the first thing that happened was they brought in, they caught the hen and said, "Oh, the people are coming to the funeral." They caught the hen and then killed that one. And the hen started saying, "Oh," they said, "No, you were told, to do something about it. And you said it is not your business." And the same thing happened on the 7 days, charity, the goat or the sheep was slaughtered. And on the 40 days, the cow was slaughtered. And you can see, sitting by and not correcting the wrongs, you may become a victim. That's the moral of the story. And this is why men should not just sit and watch evil happen in society, be it in government, be it in our culture. Just sit by and watch and say nothing. These are some of the things why we need to modify our behaviors. We need to address these things with our women folks. We need to stand with them, stand with them, stand by them. These are things that we need to change. That's why I said, men as agents of change, we need to really look at some of these things and then, change ourselves. Like Martin Luther King said in one of his speeches, he said, "He who passively accepts evil is as much involved in it as the one who helps perpetuate it. He who accepts evil without protesting against it, is cooperating with it." We need to learn to do well. We need to seek to do justice. We need to relieve, the oppressors or the oppressors. Speak up, for those who don't have a voice. Treat our spouses as equals, not as slaves. These are things that men have to acknowledge now and then try and really change, our ways. Because if I would look at this from the perspective of business, for example, women are basically doing 99%, of the businesses, especially the micro, small, medium enterprises. Majority of them are women. But who should empower them? Men should empower them. We should stand by them. We should support them. And we need to learn how to, see them as our partners. And we need to feel secured. But majority of men, when their women are doing better or they're doing very well, what do? We feel jealous. We try to oppress them. Do ligayati, you won't walk again, stay home, and things like that. And these are things, Her Excellency mentioned, I think the cultural perspective, I think culture is an excuse that we use mostly, but every person has some sense, as human beings. We use religion as an excuse to do some of these things. But even religion, when you really go through the scripts, you will see the powers given to women, not the oppression that we see today happening to women. Young girls are even allowed to fulfill or to do their best to become what they could be, to fulfill their potential. So these are some of the areas that I thought, we need to address as men. At the end, I will probably make a few recommendations. When you look at Martin Luther King again, I think he also alluded to some of these injustices happening in society. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And I think, in the end, we always remember, the words of our enemy, but the silence of our friends. Silence in itself, if you keep silent about certain things, you are also part of whatever evil was perpetuated. So these are some of areas that I thought men as agents of change, violence against women and supporting their development. We are very passive, and we need to, these are things that we need to overturn to proactive ownership, taking responsibility for own action. We should speak out, or else, the evils will continue. We need to break the cycle of violence. Rape is happening, physical abuse, and we use culture mostly. Social pressures for men, to conform, to certain ways. Oh, I'm the man of the house. So Sumaka Dumawara, it's my voice that should, prevail, even if you are wrong. You see, this masculinity of men, we need to begin to recognize, whether it is doing more harm than good, or the other side, or the reverse. And recognizing it is the beginning of accepting our responsibilities. So therefore, I just want to look at this and tell my fellow men that we need to change our behaviors in order to be able to build a society that would, not a society of equals, let's call it, so that we can, develop our country. Women are doing a lot in this country. And well, I don't know whether men are the ones who are benefiting from it, but for sure, the women are not really given their rightful place. You know, men, we need to have the guts, you know, to or the courage and the strength, the moral integrity, you know, to break the complicit silence and challenge the status quo, you know, and stand with women to nurture a violent-free society. Men, we need to treat women with respect, be good examples, you know, of husbands and fathers. You know, let us also fear God. Let us stop using religion, you know, as an excuse or culture as an excuse. Let us distinguish between, you know, the culture and religion. Excuses should be over. This is my view, you know. Use, even in the Quran, I will not quote it, but it says that when evil happens or when bad things happen, they said, use your tongue to stop it. If you cannot, they say, use your hand. Where you cannot, your hand change. We need to do as men, you know, in order to really make that, you know, change that is so much required. Let us not only demand for respect, but seek to make impact that draws respect to us. This is in the homes. You know, respect me when you don't actually do why you should be respected. Women are going through several programs, you know, trainings, you know, Her Excellency mentioned some of them for empowerment. But who's empowering the men to live peaceably and continue to value and honor the empowered woman? For this purpose, there must be a shift in mentality and view of empowerment. Men should pursue skills and knowledge in how to stand with an empowered woman without feeling insecure or redundant. Men, number three, I would say men are the brains and instruments behind wars and instability all around the world. Training programs must be designed for men to learn skills and knowledge in how to apply peace and security in their leadership. Men can begin to think, design, and implement programs in sustainability. This knowledge could become a compass to guide society in creating sustainability. Men can embrace innovative leadership strategies, such as leading by connection instead of power. Mostly, you know, I lead by, I am the gur, I am the man, Ndelamuketi, so you try to use your prowess, you know, imposing things. But I think it should be by connection instead of power. Men can drive change by introducing new strategies of collaboration with the opposite gender, working together instead of working parallel to each other. Men can improve their skills in communicating change and collaborating to execute instead of driving it alone. We cannot, you know, we need, you know, women. Men must not only lead others, but provide them with the skills to become the leaders. Race women are successors to leadership roles. Currently, statistics has it that more than 50% of women occupy lower rank positions. Stand to be corrected. But in the Gambia, that's to be the case. Women executives as their successors. Men are most likely the top executives of major corporations. Promote equality by raising and pushing more women in these positions. And the 10th recommendation would be, let us use our positions to solve problems that affect women, children, and the vulnerable population. Lead an initiative that promotes more women, drive the change of mindset, and women may be less capable. because of their gender. Thank you very much. This was my message. I rest my case.
Yeah, that was powerful. That was powerful, Mr. Drame. Thank you very much. Men, we need to modify our behavior and address all the injustice in this world. I think all of the men watching, that was the moment I took away from everything that you've said. I think every man watching this today, when we talk about men as agents of change, last year we have a topic that was toxic masculinity. And looking at the topic itself, it clearly shows that men as agents of change is very important, because whatever men do, the toxic masculinity that we talk about is the behavior of men. And that behavior is not, we are not talking about positive behavior. So your behavior don't think that I'm doing this, I'm not affected, like Mr. Drame said in his speech, I'm not affected because I'm a man, but it comes back to us, it comes back to our children, the way we raise our kids in the society. What are we as role models to our own children? What does the Gambian boy child learns from the home? You are there, the beating of the chest, everything that you said does not appear in a vacuum. It is no behavior that a boy develops just after leaving home. These are some things that we should be able to talk about. There is violence against women. We have to talk about it. Men have to take their responsibility. And we need more men. Now I'm seeing on my screen 3 gentlemen sitting there, very well dressed, very powerful, very influential. And I think men should use their voices, like Mr. Drame have just said. Mr. Drame, I must admit that it was a very good speech, but we would like to see action. Okay? And you men should, when we leave this conference today, I think we should come up with a pledge where Papa Njai and every man, Papa Njai, Mr. Bojang, Mr. Drame, and every man present here today will take their pledge as men to be men as agents of change. I think that would be, we can agree on that before leaving the conference, but we'll come back to that. With that, I introduce the next speaker, who is Madam Fatou Jagne Senghor, talking about human rights and women. Fatou is one of the strongest women I know in the West African sub-region. He has a strong background in law and worked and contributed immensely, I would say, in the fields of human rights across the globe, not only in West Africa, but across the globe. Fatou has been very much instrumental and a face in the fight to uproot dictatorship in the Gambia. And those from Gambia, those that are not from Gambia, I think you have gotten with you the history of the Gambia, the brutality of Yaya Jammeh, and how Fatou, as a woman, was one of those faces that worked immensely in uprooting the dictatorship in the Gambia. Fatou has been given many merits and awards across the globe, not only in Gambia or West Africa, but last year, Fatou was awarded the National Award of Merit by the President of France, and the same year, she was awarded the Seal Award for West Africa by the Pan-African Human Rights Defenders Network in 2019, the same year, that is last year, in recognition of her human rights contribution in West Africa. Fatou would be talking about hate speech and criminality as human rights abuse. Fatou, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm really honored to be part of this celebration, and I would like to, first of all, congratulate can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Fatou, we can hear you clearly.
Okay. I would like to congratulate the IAC Norway, Gambia House, all the people behind this important project, really in Norway, to support Gambians, support Africans, but also maintaining the links between the African community, especially the Gambian one, to the region. I think it's very important for us to ensure that this linkage is there, and the cross-fertilization between the diaspora and the motherland is maintained and is nurtured. It's important to create that, and I'm very pleased to be part of today this conversation. I was asked to talk about hate speech, an interesting topic, but also a very controversial for that matter. Before I start, I would like to situate the conversation framework. As you know, freedom of expression is very important. And we talk about hate speech generally because it's an expression of hate. And also when we talk about hate speech, one expects a prohibited speech. And a prohibited speech is also looked at under in the rules. So we'll talk about a lot of rules. So I'll be talking about the importance of freedom of expression, looking at what hate speech is, what hate speech is not, and how it affects women, and just very quickly talk about the role of the media, and zoom in into the role also of platform, and conclude with some key recommendations. As you all know, freedom of expression is a fundamental human right. It's one of the pillars of human rights. It is crucial because it enables us to express our views, to exchange in society, but importantly, also it helps democracy to function. It is also an important right because it helps us to learn how our governments are working, what they're doing on our behalf, but also help us, really importantly, to exercise dissent. If we don't agree, we have to say it. We have to disagree. We have also to protest. And all those things cannot happen if we don't have the right to freedom of expression. And also in modern democracy, we also demand for accountability. What the government is doing on our behalf, how they spend our resources, how they are putting together policies, what the impact of those policies are. So you look at freedom of expression is key. Without freedom of expression, it's very difficult to even enjoy other rights. That's why we call it a leverage right. Now, freedom of expression, of course, is not absolute. It's not absolute in the sense that there are speeches that are not protected, what we call protected under international law. But freedom of expression is quite important. That is why any limitation to that expression must be crafted in a way that will not hamper or undermine the importance or the essence of the right that was protected earlier. So that's why international law has drawn very, very carefully a set of criteria to ensure that they serve as a guideline to states in terms of how they protect, how they can also limit rights if at all is necessary. And these, we can see them under international law. They are crafted, and we call them like a three-part test. It's a test, kind of. If you want to limit freedom of expression, it's possible, but it has to obey to certain criteria. And one of those criteria is that it has to be set clearly in a law. And when we say law, it's not any law. It has to be set in a clear law. The law must be known, and the law must also respect a certain number of other criteria. So you will see that these criteria are interlinked. So it's not like one or the other, it's all of them together. And it has to pursue one or few narrowly defined objectives. And those objectives are very clear. If you want to limit expression, yes, you can limit it. And I will come to hate speech because I want to set the framework first for the limitations so that people don't confuse any speech as hate speech. It has to follow or pursue certain objectives. For example, of course, the rights of others are very important. As we all know, the saying goes, your rights ends where the other rights start. So it means that it is a give and take. So you don't have unlimited rights. So you have to respect other people's right, their reputation, their right to privacy, and other important rights in the public sphere, such as public order, national security, and on issues around health, as today we're talking about the pandemic, rights can be restricted also in the name of public safety and public health. And then we also look at it, and in modern democracy, more and more, this is very important to note, be necessary in a democratic society. You cannot just limit rights when you have other means of protecting other rights. So expression cannot be limited also unless you show that you don't have other means to protect. So you have to restrict, and it has to be proportionate. Like you cannot use overboard measures to shut people down. So you have also to measure all those restrictions in a way that so you see, like, the context is very clear. So that's why free speech, the threshold is very, very high. Now, coming to the point on hate speech now, and hate as an abuse of human rights. Of course, hate is part of those prohibited speech, but the threshold, as I said, is very high. So what is hate speech? And it's quite broadly defined generally, and it can be used to describe any discriminatory expression that denies the humanity of others or incite harm against a particular group. So you see in hate speech, you're looking at discriminating others. It can be discriminating women, it can be discriminating minority. It has to be a discrimination against others, but also the discrimination that will really undermine the humanity, a discrimination that is so visible that, one could feel like devalued, your humanity is attacked. And also the discrimination or the action, the hate, must push other people or incite them to harm a group. And we've seen it, like there are expressions that are incitement. And at the end of the day, as we always see in hate speech, is not in vacuum. Like the violence, the physical violence do not come generally on their own. You see it escalate. It starts with, verbal abuse, and then sometimes that triggers later on, like some physical harm. And such speech has negative impact on society, in particular for certain groups, especially minorities, especially vulnerable groups. And in some instances, intolerant speech also can be assimilated to hate speech. Well, sometimes speech can be intolerant, but it will not amount to hate speech. So we have also to make some of those distinctions. And sometimes in a democracy, you can see harsh speech, you can see speech that are not very popular, but they're part of, like, the democratic rhetoric. Of course, sometimes it's unpleasant, sometimes they are not they are disgusting speech, but they are not hate speech as such that should be prohibited under international law. So this is also sometimes very difficult, especially for certain groups. When you see certain speech which you believe they should be prohibited, sometimes they are not, because also it's part of the democracy, and also we need to allow certain voices to be heard so that we can know what corrective measures we can take to combat. Because if we also censor all speeches, including some of the intolerant one, it will be difficult for society to prevent and also to have a proper response, because they will be marginalized and they will prepare more harm than if they are known in the public and people can address them properly. And I just want also to now maybe touch on some of the speeches that are really, really prohibited under international law. The speeches that directly threatens of violence, which can be prohibited. But you see, in many countries also, the laws are different. And what is permissible in certain countries is not permissible in others. And that makes it a little bit difficult for the advocacy. It is permissible, for example, for a government to prohibit during protests, like use of weapon. We've seen it in many countries. But for example, a country like US, you've seen many people carrying weapons even during protests, threatening the lives and the lives of other people who are protesting peacefully. And that also creates some intimidating, that intimidates the people in front, because when you are protesting against the right, it's peaceful. People don't expect anybody to carry weapons just for protesting. But we've seen in other countries such as ours, or even in Western Europe, it's hardly seen that people protesting will also be allowed to carry weapons. At the same time, also international law recognizes that certain categories of speech can be very harmful, that prohibition may be mandatory. This includes, for example, the advocacy of discriminatory hatred to incite discrimination or violence. Like, for example, in many countries, when the direct discrimination or hatred against women are not accepted, or against other racial discriminations are prohibited. But in other countries, we've seen that sometimes it's part of what is protected as free speech. Okay, now, as I said earlier, sometimes there's a lot of confusion between what is prohibited and what is not, and what is really, really at the edge. Obviously, limiting speech because it is very critical for government, or because it hurts some people, or it is deemed offensive, is never justified. It can be offensive, but it's still not hate speech. We've observed, as I said, as an organization, as people, practitioners in the field, we've observed the fact that government define hate speech differently. And that has also made it very difficult for people to have a unified kind of standards. But international standard generally, based on the ICCPR, the National Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and all the instruments, especially in Africa, they do recognize a certain number of speech as hateful, especially when we have the aspect of discrimination, the aspect of incitement. But incitement, the linkage between the speech and the violence should be so clear that it's also not any speech that can be counted to or as hate speech. The other challenge we have in relation to hate speech also, one doesn't want to allow political actors really to play with the notions and also the laws, because when you open the floodgates, it's very difficult then to protect speech at the end, because we've seen in many countries, the leaders who are supposed to be by example, who are supposed to set the standards, are ones generally that are foiling hate speech. We've seen it across the board. For political gains, they are ready to divide people through the racial line, through ethnic lines. But when it comes to now, other actors, especially opposition or the media, they are very protective and very sensitive. And that is also why it is very important to have clear standards and also have higher thresholds for political leaders, because it's very important, because their message, their expression have important reach and reach more people than ordinary citizens. That is why also in most of the instruments, especially in the Declaration of Principle under the African Union, it is clearly indicated that political leaders have more obligation than ordinary citizens, because the reach of their message and the influence they have in society. So the expression must also be more responsible than. And now, how to really combat hate speech? Criminalization, is it a solution? Somehow, in certain very, very extreme situations, we believe that criminal sanction can be effective to set example. But overall, we believe that education should be the most important tool. The responses can be multi-pronged, but importantly, we need to educate. We need to educate, because hate speech is rooted in fear, in ignorance, and is peddled through propaganda and disinformation. So it is only by countering this with solidarity for the oppressed. Of course, we cannot leave those people who have been the victim of hate speech to say, well, let's educate. Okay, it's going to be okay in the long run. We have also to show solidarity, to support them, and also to inform and bring to the fore the accurate information so the society can progressively change. But it's important, I think, that we continue to educate people, to enlighten people, and also to bring to the fore the truth, because hate speech also is foiled, because people fabricate, lie about others, and try and discriminate them, and try to minimize also their input in society. That is why it's very important also to ensure that the other side of the story, facts are checked, people are allowed to speak out, and speak out the truth. And leaders also must also show example and good leadership so that we combat progressively hate speech with a different method, like, of course, criminal sanction when it's necessary, public education, media diversity and pluralism, but importantly, really more speech, because more expression, allowing more people to speak out, those people who don't have the possibility to speak generally, especially women, marginalized groups, allow them public platform to speak, tell their story, get their voices heard, and so that people can hear their perspective, hear what they are able to do and who they are. I think that also in the long run will help to reduce the possibilities of expansion of hate speech and other crimes against certain people. So now I want to talk about in the last point, hate against women. Obviously, the two speakers mentioned already all those issues that we've seen against women, the hatred that could have so many implications in society, but also in women's rights. But I just want to say that the hatred has been there throughout, and we've seen it across, even with philosophers, with writers, in the different religion. Of course, we always hear all the two sides. Yeah, women are also really honored. Women are given their rightful place in all the religions. But also, I think there've been a lot of misconception. Women also have been seen in many of those writings as, second-class citizens. And I think that also has been exploited over history by politicians, by, in the private space. And things are progressing in terms of the normative framework across the world, with all those treaties, with the laws that we have at national level. But what we've seen, the progress is so slow. We have all these formidable tools, but why is it that we're not progressing the way we should progress? Why is it that despite the work of women, their contribution in society, and I want to zoom maybe a little bit on the Gambia, why is it after 2017 we cannot even have like a government that is 30% representative of these public enterprises? You hardly see women, director generals. Which public service, which institution is led by women? You see, women are always like deputies. You have all these commissions set up in the Gambia, women are deputies. You have women deputies, but you don't see women, for example, in the key ministries. Why is it so? Why is it so that women, the key ministries are not, so I think these are the issues that also we need to talk about. We have progress. Many countries have parity laws. That will help. Of course, that could create more hatred because they use a lot of these policies also to try and undermine women. But I believe that the normative framework is still not conducive for women in the Gambia. And that is also something that we need to look at it. And the fact that we were hopeful that with the new constitution, we will have at least 30% of women representation, plus some of those other possibilities. I think those hopes are dashed. So what are we, where are we going from now in terms of women empowerment, in terms of protecting women, in terms of ensuring that setting the big message, the important message to say today, Gambian women must have comfort that there will be laws that will effectively protect them in the public and in the private space. And also there will be policies and laws to ensure that their representation is guaranteed. As we talk about all these important issues, there's no guarantee that women representation will be effective as from now to, let's say, in the next 2 years. We are going to election next year, and we have no policies that will ensure that women representation will be effective. So I think these are also the issues that we've seen. And I think those issues, the fact that the policies are not adequate, the fact that we are not accelerating the empowerment of women in the way that we want, what we've seen, it contributes to people devaluing women, the misogyny to continue, and all those prejudices about women, that women are good, but they can be deputies, they cannot lead. women are good, but they cannot be head of institutions. Women are not in the boardrooms. So I think because they are not in the boardrooms, they are not heard. So those policies that are supposed to progressively change the game, ensure that all this hate against women will be eradicated, are not taken where it should be, because women are not sitting in those decision-making bodies. So I think this is also something very important we need to look at. The other point that is also important is the hate in the digital space. The hate in the digital space, I think, is really, really something that we need to look at in most of our countries, across the world, of course, but in most of our countries. Internet is a valuable tool for access to information and communication in general, as it enables citizens, especially women who can sit in their homes today, take care of their families and do other important things while also connecting in their professional life and making contribution, studying from distance. Obviously, it's valuable for everybody, but I think it's important also for women to be able to access all those tools and make progress in their professional and their private life. But what we've seen that this thing has been used by sexists, by abusers to commit violence against women, and on the scale is so important that many organizations are alarmed. If you've seen this year, the UNESCO report on violence against women journalists, the other reports is so alarming how women are attacked, either women journalists, women politicians, women activists. They're systematically confronted with abuse, either hacking, cyberbullying, cyber revenge porn. So at the end of the day, many women are withdrawing from this space and restricting their activities and their participation, which really undermines their progress. And I think this is very, very, very important that we looked at how to protect women also, not on offline, but also online. And I think this is also something that we need to look at together if also we want to increase women participation and reduce the hate against women online as well. I'll share the paper. So I'll just also, another point before I conclude is the role of the media. Obviously, we've seen it, the media today, because of the exposure, because of also all these important sensational media, sometimes they allow all these outrageous expression, hate speech to be vehicled by important people, either leaders or influential people, without filtering. And I think it is also important for journalists to also allow all the expressions to flow, but also to be able to play responsibly, and also to ensure that they use their boundary, their professional and ethical kind of values to be able also to guide and impose standards on how to approach this difficult issue, because it is very difficult. And now today, when somebody is racist, somebody is use tribal bigotry, incite violence against other groups, discriminate women, sometimes they do it in a very, very sophisticated manner, which sometimes you also have to be able to detect, to respond to, and also to ensure that you bring the other side of the story so that the public is not also misled. And these are also important things that we need also to look. And this is why the media also needs to be strengthened, to be prepared, and also to look at where the gaps are, especially issues around discrimination of women. We've seen a lot of stereotypes, through our media across the board, and people don't even seem to see it, to understand what, because also it's reflective of how society is. Sometimes there are a lot of discrimination, a lot of hatred, a lot of violence against women that are portrayed in the media, and nobody raises their voice because also it reflects our society. And I think the media should be beyond that and should be playing a more important role and don't allow those kind of misconception or bigotries to be diffused without any red flag. So definitely, I think this is a very important topic. And we believe that a lot of ground has been covered. We need to accelerate if you want to meet the SDGs, if you want to have a more just society, if we want really women to play their rightful role in society. I think we need to stop the hate. We need to really make, we need to move from the promises and to action, to be more committed. And I think women also in leadership position must also push for more action. I think the lip service is enough. We've seen many women in decision-making position after maybe 5 years, 6 years, when you ask them what has been the overall impact of their work. I think you will hardly see important policies promoting women and protecting women, because our society is so harsh, even for women leaders. That's why we need solidarity. We need to work together to ensure that we pass laws, we get policies that are really, really will be helping women to really get her rightful place in society. So in a nutshell, to conclude, I would say that to combat hate speech, one needs to have a multi-pronged approach. We need to use education, educate. We need to educate people about women's rights, about gender equality. We need to educate people about national unity, about ensuring that, it's not okay to be racist. It's not okay to discriminate people based on their gender, based on their ethnicity, on their race, and all the social class. We need also to be able to tell the truth by exposing lies, and also teach our children, especially the boys, how to behave in society and how also to be fair and to also be equal. And we need to strengthen the media. Media independence is critical, because when the media is independent, it can play an important role in strengthening democracy, allowing other people to have their say. Journalism and professionalism are also critical, because when the media is plural and diverse, it allows all the views, and the marketplace of ideas helps society to form its own opinion, and will help all these prejudices to be eradicated in the long run. But when the media is biased, when the media is the same story, at the end of the day, people will believe in what they are hearing. It is up today, so we need also to be sure that we work on media. And creating transparent regulatory systems are very important, because we need checks and balances for accountability of political leaders, because politicians cannot also be allowed to divide society, to play the ethnic or racial cards without any consequences. So we also need to hold our politicians to account, and our other leaders, either opinion leaders or religious leaders, they all have to play by the rules and be accountable if we want a society that is just, that is fair, that is out, that society where hate will not have its place. Really, thank you very much for this opportunity. This was really a pleasure to be part of this important conversation. And once again, congratulations for the 10th anniversary. 10 years is quite a lot. It means a lot of work has been done, and it's very critical, and that the work you are doing in the diaspora is really commendable. Thank you all, the team, the Nene, all the, I cannot, as we say in Wolof, Kulimjum, Cherno, the Invisible, Maimuna, all of you, we recognize you, appreciate your work. Thank you very much for inviting me, and all the good conversation we've been having all these months. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fatou. Thank you for a very good speech, insightful and very provocative. Like Fatou said, I think we should reflect on this. And before I go further, I would just want to tell our viewers that there would be a question and answer session, and we would want all the speakers to be here to interact with the viewers, because we are gathering the questions and that we would have during the question and answer session. So there would be a question and answer session. The normative framework is not conducive for women. Fatou have taken us through what hate speech is. Freedom of speech, as he mentioned, is not absolute, but we need to educate. We need to talk to our society. We need to educate. And sometimes when we talk about this education, you sit down and see how women are being treated in digital space, like Fatou mentioned, all the hate, all the insults, all the violence, and that is violence against women. Do we accept it or not? The abuse that is happening online, meted against women, especially in our Gambian cyberspace, the Gambian Facebook, I think we should reflect and have the discussion. We should open up this discussion. What is hate speech? We really need to have an understanding of what hate speech is before we start talking about it. And hate speech against women is more rampant. We are not saying that men are not being exposed to hate speech, but we would accept, and that is our problem. When you start talking about women, hate speech against women, then they will say, but men are also being abused online. But I think we would all agree that the percentage of hate speech against women is more when compared to men. And I wouldn't want to say much, but we want to have a break now and music interlude for 10 minutes, and we'll be back 17 now, 10 minutes past 6. Is that correct, Amina? Am I correct? Correct me.
Yeah.
Yeah. We will have a performance by Tabanka Dance Ensemble, and that will take us for 10 minutes, and we'll be back here. Thank you.
Maimuna, they're still downloading it. It's not completed. So if anything that we can squeeze in while they're downloading would be great.
We can then take the break. Take 10 minutes break, and then
we can take 10 minutes break and come back with Tabanka. Is that okay?
Yeah, I will communicate with the team on the ground and see how far, because I'm trying to share the screen here, but it's not letting me in, so I can play it from my end.
That's okay, Lamin. We take a 10 minutes break.
Lamin, can we play some music then? Is it possible? Or mute? You've muted your phone, your speaker.
I say from my end, I can't say anything to you because I'm limited. Anything I tried, you said you have to get authorization to do that.
So what of the people on the ground? Can they?
Yeah, I think they're hearing you. I will communicate with them soon.
Okay, thank you.
Casino Diligula kunjezibo Kanyi ni mpanga nibo Alfa nankare nibo Kodikoto Ay Kodikoto Nanyenjamana Kodo mukamane Asotanyale kamane Money is funny Kodo for better ya I better ya Amutala sejawya Astu kakamfama kodo be kodo Binta ope yamfama kodo be kodo Naya jija Onse mamang Pound on the euro, in dollars on in sefa, dollars on in sefa, pound on the euro, in dollars on in dollar. Nella casino, Diligula kunjezibo, Kanyi ni mpanga nibo. Alfa nankare nibo Kodikoto Ay Kodikoto Nanyenjamana Kodo muka kamfa Asotola lega konafa Badi ngol jamfa Kodo fanyi mino, nino, ninsoto, kodo moto njiso, kodo toro muso. Teri majele kuyata fentem for nafulo. Futu jele guru kata fentem for nafulo. Masibo la masibo, masibo bela masibo. Yeah, dala so ninsefa, pound ni euro, pound ni euro, nin dala so ninsefa, dala so ninsefa, pound ni euro, pound ni euro, nin dala so nin dollar. Ni alla mu casino, kiligula kunje zibo, kanyi ni mpanga nibo, alfa nangare nibo, kodi koto, ay 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 ay, kodi koto, na nyinja mana.
Absolute. It's your boy Jizzle. Mizzle, I see, boy. The next big thing, I told him already. Triple, get it. I'm feeling like I wanna Luto. My city got my back like I'm El Chapo. Yeah, still doing major. They doubted me, but now the boy is hero. Jealousy, 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 I swear in the girl want to like. They hating the fact that the young nigga doing it right. Boy, it's my time, fuck break my shine. Boy, it's my time, it's my success and whole pillar they kind. Yeah, yeah, I am the next victim. Yeah, yeah, I am the next victim. Yeah, 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 I am the next victim. Yeah, I am the next victim. Like OG Low, everybody feeling my shit. Yeah, yeah.
Ñu defar ko fi lu fi yaaxu ñu defar ko ñu defar ko fi lu fi yaaxu ñu defar ko ñu defar ko man lu fi yaaxu ñu defar ko ñu defar ko fi lu fi yaaxu ñu defar ko ñu defar ko fi lu fi yaaxu ñu defar ko ñu defar ko fi lu fi yaaxu ñu defar ko defar ko Dega jot na kon dog ñu wax ko mane liggéey jot na jóg leen ñu def ko nañ raxas xoli koomi réew mi ñun ñëpp ñu faj ko ñun ñëpp di saytoon Gambia decided ñu am lu ñu bugga Gambia bugga divided ñun duñu ko nangu billaay duñu ko nangu ñëpp a ngi noppi ñëpp a ngi seetaan tribalism rey na nit bu sumbaala xaalis si réew mi président ministre moomuñu ko leen lekk xaalis bi bàyyi waa réew mi jaay suuf bi bàyyi waa réew mi soo munta defar bul yaxal keneen munuloo dem bàyyi keneen mu dem lekko ci ndab li nga koppa ci suuf xanaa gëmuloo yàlla xanaa gëmuloo yàlla ñu defar ko fi lu fi yaaxu ñu defar ko ñu defar ko fi lu fi yaaxu ñu defar ko ñu defar ko man lu fi yaaxu ñu defar ko defar ko ñu defar ko fi lu fi yaaxu ñu defar ko ñu defar ko fi lu fi yaaxu ñu defar ko ñu defar ko fi lu fi yaaxu ñu defar ko defar ko salaamaaleykum maaleykum salaam coalition bi moom tas na jarul laajte sax ndax xol yi ànduñu Gambia bu ndaw bi munu ñoo tem da xoli anduñu nañ defar xoli muna defar réew mi nañ defar xeli muna defar réew mi xoolal démocratie ba koy foog ne sagante la sàccante la ak robate la am na fi sax ñuy rebaate am lopitaan am fajkat waaye amuñu garab handi say merol fele kata naa koto way naa koto yokka paas wàññi paas ma ne yokkaat nañ paas wàññi fariñ waaye mbuuru wàññi wut diw bi wàññi wut maalo wàññi wut sukur wàññi wut ñun sunu yaakaar sax moo doxut ñu defar fi lu fi yaaku ñu defar ko ñu defar am na ñu bëri dañ leen war a defal bagage dig leen defal bagage naa leen defal bagage dem leen nañ yaa dem na waaye ba léegi borom fetal yaa ngi ci kaw tali bi is démocratie bugatuñu fii doole crasse borom Range Rover ak borom saret ñoo em ci réew mi dro squat yi ak boy ñoo em nañ balal boy yi lesbian ya góor jigéen ya lool du Gambia xeexante bi ak lekkante bi lor tardement la we need more peace ñu defar ko we need more road ñu defar ko ma ne more company ñu defar ko we need more light ñu defar ko ñu ngi delloo si boy from Italy di delloo si boy from Germany te dikka bi amuñu compagnie ana di fa demee nii ñu defar fi lu fi yaaxu ñu defar ko ñu defar fi lu fi yaaxu ñu defar ko ñu defar ko man lu fi yaaxu ñu defar ko ñu defar ko fi lu fi yaaxu ñu defar ko ñu defar ko fi lu fi yaaxu ñu defar ko ñu defar ko fi lu fi yaaxu ñu defar ko amut xaar diw amut xaar den defar ko jëlay lu fi yaaxu ñu defar ko yes amut nii ñu bàyyi problème man
yaa dégg hey ibar ngi imama le mama la abi na fudina
radio kan do ko mando se mbora mana dara ni ko mena ko dara jama
idi on ata ni mu sa
inde maya ma obo
malo aton ata yindi on sa ko mo ni ko sala ko mo anda ko mele mun ko jani
ndala bu ko
ja
ndala ja aba ko ma jani bira ba ko na male belor
ngo nyima ka sole
ngo ile fo bira ba ko na male belor ne ba
ni mo akalo ya mira se foya ase da kuje
kana dan alkalo ta kumanda ya ta fo kumanda ya ngata raje ta fo kumanda ibe to marano ik alfa fure ni ya so kuma fo dante ta wa boy ta wa mutale asamba dawda kana dan ta kumanda ya ngana nan ya taraje hay
Mori keba
Ilana dal kali nyinin ka janne sai fonyal go man sa koye dangu e go sanjila dinno e tala kono mandi e sembo banta musolu be fusa banna
akun cham cham sa de molu yentele mabi alikali bay ni la molu kanan fea sanjila ma fon kom mali dungada kullo banke bilali babelonna imam vere jarindare mini dabal tonya silabang 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 imamu kanan chokos imamu kalin chokos itenin tengalonni jumale kono mandiro ke telephone membabul imamu le asangai kono membala imamu dabi jele
sefu anyabi dinna tunni indi bodu nakibadul kalama janna nadino kuntiyo na jama kuntiyo afanna yelo kandita
vere jarindare mini dabal tonya silabang vere jarindare mini dabal tonya silabang vere jarindare muntalti imamu lentonye
medunna min dole pabirun ko romantic
fanzeni mandangu sukada dinga fuele ye ngaure suka dadi suka ima viri jalindare mini tapan punya silabang viri jalindare mini tapan punya silabang viri jalindare mini tapan punya silabang viri jalindare mini tapan punya silabang.
Janne sai fonyal ko man sa ko yedangu e ko sanjila dinno e tala kono mandi e sembo banta musolu be fusa banna
dena no be nyadi na ka fin tolle tamu dena no be nyadi na ka koy imamu talem ullo banke bilali babelonna
Daddy. Hey.
And if you on the beat.
Oh, palo, baby fella kana, wonderful girl, achieva fella kana, yeah. Oh, palo, tell a baby fella kana, ooh, wonderful girl, achieva fella kana, yeah. Nan chocolili, girl, come tickle me, baby, nan chocolili, yeah. Nan chocolili, girl, come tickle me, baby, nan chocolili, yeah. I just met a girl, she's an angel, walking out on Sunday, one kind of girl, she's the only, Yindingo, Nakanule, I went to smile again, she's killing, one time I met a girl, come give me what you need, what you want, you know me a big girl, climb up, ain't nobody I go there, hey, give me love and you build my hopes, Lula net the fall like you old, me and you, we gon' take the world by storm. Ay, free your body and free your soul. Let this rude boy take control. Me and you, we gon' take the world by storm. Oh, hey, palo, baby fella kana, wonderful girl, achieva fella kana, yeah. Oh, hey, palo, tell a baby fella kana, ooh, wonderful girl, achieva fella kana, yeah. Nan chocolili, girl, come tickle me, baby, nan chocolili, yeah. Nan chocolili, girl, come tickle me, baby, nan chocolili, yeah. I am meaning from batata, oi. I am dimming from batata, oi. Cause I've never seen a girl with that kind of look. She's a one hot girl, she no go tired of you. Hey, Buddha Janga se pardon ma richer. Back she 10 mile I hate ya. Wall of nga sa parga baby, can you feature? Girl, you know me not gonna do you wrong. Anytime you call me, I go run and come. Follow the lead and make we have some fun. If no money you want, you know I got some fun. Oh, hey, palo, baby fella kana, wonderful girl, achieva fella kana, yeah. Oh, hey, palo, tell a baby fella kana, ooh, wonderful girl, achieva fella kana, yeah. Nan chocolili, girl, come tickle me, baby, nan chocolili, yeah. Nan chocolili, girl, come tickle me, baby, nan chocolili, yeah.
One important important aspect that Fatou Jagne Senghor mentioned in her speech is the role of political parties in combating hate speech and crime. That the political parties should be held accountable, even though that was not how she framed it. She said political parties should be held accountable. And with that, I introduce the next speaker, Mohamed Musa Njai, His Excellency, Gambian Ambassador in Nigeria. And Mr. Njai will be talking about the role of political parties in combating hate speech and hate crime. Mr. Njai, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And good evening all. Fellow participants, viewers across the various platforms, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for inviting me to share my thoughts on the role of political parties in combating hate speech and crime in the Gambia. May I take this opportunity to acknowledge and congratulate the Inter-African Committee in Norway for successfully organizing your 10 years anniversary. Such success can never happen without the collective effort of you all, but more importantly, from the helpful support from your esteemed partners, namely the Norwegian Directorate for Family, Youth and Children, Mamus Media Norway, Mamus Media Gambia, the Gambia House Norway, your Gambian partners, OBE, Gibraltar, and GK for offering their offices and the efficient logistic arrangement on the ground. And a very big thank you to our strong moderators, Amina Maimuna, and of course, my own sister, Nene Bojang. To you all, I say, keep moving, never look back. We are women strong. My presentation, I would like to cite the documentations and the references that I used to compile my presentations, so that if anybody wants to further dwell in research on what are the roles of political parties in combating hate speech, these documents that I referred to are as follows. Responding to hate speech with positive measures, a case study from 6 EU countries. UN Strategy and Plan of Action on Hate Speech, June 18. The IEC on the Electoral Code for Electioning. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Hate Speech Explained, a toolkit, Article 19. And then Hate Speech, Council of Europe. Those are the documents that to compile my presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, for political parties to combat hate speech and crime in the Gambia, we must ask ourselves these following questions. What is hate speech? My good sister, Fatou, had already explained a bit, but I will go a step down so that we further understand what is hate speech. Do we have hate speech in the Gambia? How is it spread? And finally, how do we combat it? So these are the four areas that I will use to make my case for the role of political parties in combating hate speech and hate crime in the Gambia. Globally, ladies and gentlemen, upholding free speech is hugely important in democracies that respect human rights. However, human rights treaties outlaws offensive speech when it poses a threat or risk to others. A speech that is simply offensive but poses no risk to others is generally not considered a human rights violation. Just because an offensive speech isn't technically considered a crime, that doesn't mean that it does not influence society. So, ladies and gentlemen, hate speech is all forms of expression which spread, incite, promote, and justify hatred and intolerance based on race, religion, ethnic origin, national origin, cultural minorities, women, disability, sex, sexual orientation, and gender identities. The list goes on. The lines between having a right to say anything and hate speech is becoming increasingly blurry, especially in the age of cyberbullying and harassment. Hate speech is actually a process that leads to actual implementation of physical and psychological violence. So now, we've defined what is hate speech. There is a difference between an offensive speech and a hate speech. And it's very important for us to understand that. And in moving forward, political parties and political leaders should also understand that. That's why I felt that it's necessary for us to at least bring a definition that is very simple and clear. Now, the second question I've asked myself while researching was that, do we have hate speech in the Gambia? And I think it's upon everybody to ask ourselves, do we have hate speech in the Gambia as defined by scholars and by various authorities? Personally, I think that we do not have hate speech in the Gambia, but we have offensive speech in the Gambia, which can be a precursor to hate speech if not stopped. And we all know that we are beginning to see increased frequencies of insightful words, name calling, hateful phrases, casual racist comments in the Gambia. If those things are not stopped, they all have an impact, especially if these words are becoming more convincing to a large crowd of people at political rallies, at meetings, at interviews, and on our various social platforms. So now we're at a stage where we're talking about offensive speech, but that if we do not educate ourselves, take the rightful decisions, that eventually it will lead to a hate speech, and which will lead to the genocides that we've seen in different countries. I'll give an example of some of these precursors. Prior to the Holocaust in Germany, Jews were commonly referred to as rats and vermin by the Nazi people. Before the Holocaust started, the disadvantaged people were called vermin and rats, but eventually led to the Holocaust. Another example, closer to home, before the Rwanda genocide in 1994, Tutsi people were referred to as cockroaches. We are beginning to see the growth of such offensive speeches in the Gambia. So we're beginning to see a lot of signs that can eventually lead to hate speech. And then, how is hate speech and crime spread in the Gambia? It's also important to discuss how is it spread, offensive speeches and hate speeches. And I'll just quickly run through them. We currently, as political parties, we use our traditional media outlets, the radio stations, the TVs, the newspapers, to potentially promote offensive speech, which can eventually lead to hate speech. And also on our political social media platforms, on the WhatsApps, on the Twitters, on the YouTubes, Facebook, TikToks. More worrisomely, during some of our political rallies and campaigns, we have seen incidences whereby offensive speeches and hate speeches are beginning to surface. And as political leaders, when we deliver some of our speeches at different events, there's a potential for us to also incite and spread offensive speeches there. But most importantly, during some of our closed door political meetings and discussions, when it is perceived to be safe to express ourselves, we see the ugly face of hate speech, for now offensive speech, creeping up. And our political leaders, including myself, being indifferent when members within our parties engage in such despicable offenses. So now, yes, I've spoken about what is hate speech, whether it occurs in Gambia, and how it's done. So to answer what are the roles that we need to play as political parties, as Gambians, are as follows. We must lead by example. Political leaders must lead by examples, and this includes the executive. And this should be done both during political rallies, interviews, and when we have internal meetings. As political leaders and executive members, we must also make sure that our constitutions and manifestos reflect our stance against hate speech and hate speech and crime. We must ensure, even though when it's a requirement by the IEC for all political parties to have a national character, but the onus is on us to make sure that our political parties will have a national character that will increase inclusiveness, tolerance amongst and across party lines to tackle gender inequalities, disability, tribal politics. We must also ensure strong party bylaws and internal code of conduct. These are how our political parties are run. And as I speak, most of our political parties, we do not have that. Or even if we have it, we do not talk about hate speech and how to prevent or even discourage hate speech among our members. In the code of conduct, we should also encourage to have media ethics. That's a fine balance between freedom of speech and hate speech. So to some limited extent, we should do self-censorship on our platforms and when we give interviews, because we have to lead by example. We also have to have strong disciplinary measures and punishment against our members and against ourselves when we engage in hate speech or offensive speech. And finally, we have to make sure that during campaigning, we must have our own internal ethics on how to campaign and the limits and the limitations that we have in what we say and how we say it and when we say it, so that we all know the way we all live in Gambia and the Gambia belongs to all of us. We also must make sure that we promote internal civic education. When it comes to bullying, cyberbullying, harassment, and hate crimes, the more people are educated on these issues, the more we can prevent them in the future. So we must read, understand, and educate our members on the Code of Election Campaign Ethics order, which can be obtained from the IEC. And also to educate our Gambians on the Gambian Constitution. Those are our guiding principles that we have to really educate. The more we are educated, the better we're able to fight against hate speech. We must be seen also to be portraying, our communication should be positive. Here I'm talking about messaging. By promoting equality through positive messaging, which increases the understanding and tolerance It creates space for inclusive dialogue and promote intercultural understanding. We must also promote counter speech. One of the best ways we can fight hate speech is by speaking up against inequality, but speak for equality, inclusivity, and diversity. The more we can undermine hate speech with loving words, logical arguments, and truth-telling, the more that hate speech will no longer be relevant and eventually lose its powers. We must also speak out against hate speech. We must fight racism and bigotry with love, empathy, compassion, and strength. We may not be able to eliminate hatred entirely, but the more steps we take to educate and support human beings and speak out against injustice, the better this world will become. Another area that political parties can engage in minimizing hate speech is that we must engage our external partners. Here I'm talking about engaging the IEC, the Independent Electoral Commission, to make sure that its code of conduct on election campaign ethics is understood and abided by all registered political parties. This code clearly forbids hate speech and crime by all registered political parties. The IEC must be bold to enforce and punish lawbreakers. We must also ensure that the inter-party committee is strengthened and is more committed to uniting different political parties, providing the space where different political parties can come together and talk about issues of relevance. Because this is already there, but we have to make sure that it's strengthened a little bit more. We also must engage and work with the National Council for Civic Education on educating voters on voting. We must also explain to those voters their rights. What is our national values? What cultures promote interracial tolerance? For example, the caste system. And again, it's their responsibility, the National Council for Arts and the National Council for Civic Education, to educate Gambians on the Constitution of the Gambia. We must also engage government of the day so that they include civic education in our national education curriculum from nursery school up to grade 12. It's very, very important. I'll give you a small example. Some months back, I went to the Independence Stadium. I think they had the inter-schools competition. And then the teacher had to give certificates. But unfortunately, all the kids were jumping on the teacher. Teacher, my certificate, my certificate. That showed an indisciplined society in the making. So the onus is on government to make sure that civic education is brought back into the schools and starting from the nursery schools. And then we must encourage government to promote equality, tolerance, and inclusiveness in our civil and public services through training, through holding people accountable. And in agreement with what my sister said, Fatu, that political parties also, we must find ways of engaging the Gambia Press Union on ethical journalism, self-censorship against hate speech and crime. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, party leaders and their executive members must lead by example, educate, engage, and shun party members against incitement, spreading or justifying hatred or intolerance based on tribe, sex, religion, disability, national origin for political selfish gains. We are too small a nation for that to be entertained. I thank you all. And when we come to the part of question and answer, then I can dwell a little bit on some of the points I've made. And thank you very much. And once again, I just want to thank the committee in Norway. And of course, like I said, my strong sisters, Amina and yes, my strong sisters, Amina. Let me just go back. I need to just 1 minute. I have this PowerPoint. I just need to make sure I get their names right. Yes. No. I have names. It's Amina and Maimuna, and of course my own sister Nena. And I keep saying that we are women strong. It's very important. I have 3 girls. And I want to see one day when they can become ministers or even heads of institutions. And we start from here, and we start from the home. I'm making sure that my son understand that they are equals with my girl, with the girls in the home. So thank you very much.
We are women strong. Thank you very much, Mr. Njai. And I would like to hear you say, we are women strong politically. Because when you look at
women strong politically. We are women politically.
Politically, because we are women strong in different ways, in many aspects of society in the Gambia. But when it comes to political space, I don't think that we are women strong, and something has to be done with that. And I would like to challenge the political parties, starting with Mr. Njai and Mr. Bojang, who are present with us today, to take the message forward. Although the IEC in the Gambia, Independent Electoral Commission, has all the guidelines, we just want them not to be like something that is just a thing for beauty thing, but it should be used, not something that should be there gathering dust. But we want to see the political parties, we want to challenge you, and we want to be women strong politically. With that, I introduce the next speaker, who is Mr. Lamin Bojang. Mr. Lamin Bojang is the leader of the Alliance for National Reorientation and Development, a political party in the Gambia. It is a new political party that was formed, I think, in 2020. You can correct me, Mr. Bojang, when you come to that speech. And Mr. Bojang will be talking about the role of political parties in promoting ethnic and religious tolerance and coexistence. Mr. Bojang, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Interrelationship between men date back to the period when men started habiting the earth. Early men lived in enclaves where little or nothing held them in common with other enclaves. However, with development and advancement in technology, man decided to explore other parts of the earth to satisfy his curiosity and partly to possibly expand his authorities, spread of religion, as a result of conflict, commercial cost, and so on. In the course of exploration, other enclaves and communities were discovered and relationships forged. As communities developed in countries, the need for cooperation between them became apparent. Such cooperation is often forged along lines of mutually benefiting interests in the areas of economic, commerce, culture, ethnicity, religion, among others. Madam Chairperson, members of IAC, Norway, Gambia, fellow panelists, invited guests, press, ladies and gentlemen, as part of the 10th anniversary celebration of IAC Norway, it is with immense pleasure and joy that I am able to be part of this unique event in person. Therefore, I thank the organizers for the rare privilege accorded to me and my organization on as an invitee, but also to share my thoughts on the topic roles of political parties in promoting ethnic and religious tolerance and coexistence with you, the Gambia as case study. This, I guess, the listeners and the participants will agree that it is one of the widely researched topics, spoken, written, and yet still, we still have issues surrounding this particular topic. So I will not waste time, but just to share my thoughts on the issue. To develop and promote principles of tolerance is important in the globalized world. In order to enhance social relations and prevent conflicts, it is necessary to establish a ground for mutual understanding and tolerance on the board of religion and ethnicity. In this regard, it should be underlined that democracy is very important to protect and improve secularism in the plural societies. The Oxford Dictionary defines tolerance as the ability or willingness or capacity to tolerate the existence of opinions or behavior that one dislikes or disagrees with. The meaning of ethnic and religious tolerance and coexistence is acceptance and understanding. In recent times, the extreme weaknesses of, or sometimes total absence of governance has been identified as leading factor of Africa's poor development and related economic, social, and political crisis. Informed observers, analysts, reformers of different ideological persuasions are of basic agreement with the claim in the World Bank's influential 1989 report, Sub-Saharan Africa, theme from crisis to sustainable growth, that of Africa's problem is crisis of governance. African countries have suffered a serious deficit in governance. Governmental operations, especially under unelected military regimes, have been lacking in accountability and transparency, and in most cases, rule of law has not been practiced. So the trust of citizens in public institutions and authorities has been exceedingly low. Participation in the political and policy-making processes has been sporadic and ineffectual, and the legitimacy of regimes and their programs have been woefully inadequate. In the Gambia, with the political transition of 2016 election and the inauguration of the Third Republic on 17th January 2017, Gambia has embarked on yet another attempt at a so-called liberal democratic rule. To those who believe that free political association, free speech and press, as well as decentralization of political and economic power provide the most solid basis for sustained national unity and development, the return to liberal and multi-party democracy is indeed welcome. But to those who take the view that liberal democracy is in general and multi-partyism in particular increases the threat to national unity and induces other national calamities, the transition represents an alarming threat. The discussion below are intended to shed light on these issues and to indicate ways in which political parties could maximize their contribution to national unity and development within a liberal democratic context, promoting ethnic and religious tolerance and coexistence. As in all complex societies, there are many divisions in Gambian society. For example, there are divisions and tension among political parties and along class line in certain communities. But is the perceived threat a harm to the cause of national unity in the Gambia? The answer, of course, is yes. As a country that was inherited and put together by colonial authorities without regards to ethnic affinities of the inhabitants, Gambia is a typically multi-ethnic country, and a concern has been persisted that division among the various ethnic groups and administrative regions of the country might widen instead of closing over time. For instance, there have been worries over the possibilities that a secessionist movement might arise and that conflict over land rights between settlers and their host communities might get out of hand, and so on. As a result, a policy was formulated in the First Republic to control the whole land in the jurisdiction of Combo, except Combo East. There are aspects of practice of multi-party democracy that may heighten in a multi-ethnic country. First, the relative openness in liberal democratic setting, such as parliament, mass media, and sometimes courts, as well as party platforms, with which the ethnic, regional, or other groups could find convenient to express their grievances to increase tension and sectorial conflict. Second, and perhaps more damaging to the image of multi-ethnic, multi-party politics is the tendency for voting in election along ethnic pattern. It was certainly be unwise of the parties and the advocates of multipartyism to adopt a complacent attitude to national unity and development in the new republic. Globalization has made it easier for different communities to connect, meet, and interact with each other. Today, the world enjoys greater levels of tolerance and diversity. However, there are communities and nations and leaders who are complacent with this peace of mind, thus indulging in breaking that cohesion. However, instances of ethnic and religious intolerance and prejudice still occur in some parts, and in some parts got out of control. In countries where certain groups are discriminated against, not only are they less able to contribute to economy, but also this leads to buildup of factions and vulnerable communities. Nations that practice discrimination are at disadvantage as they risk losing enterprising individuals from victimized groups who tend to move elsewhere. Ethnic and religious intolerance breed hatred. Hatred leads to distrust, and distrust causes disunity. In countries where some communities are disenfranchised and persecuted, the affection towards the country become replaced with enmity. That can result in weakening the country. The people of a nation are the foundation on which it is supported. And if they are fractured and faults in foundations, the nation becomes more vulnerable to collapse. Where there is discrimination, there cannot be peace. Intolerance leads to infighting, violence, and instability as different groups resort to force and aggression against each other or the country. Events in recent history across many countries have made us witness just how damaging intolerance can be to peace. We've seen people destroying each other's places of worship, partaking in ethnic cleansing, and entire nations become engulfed in civil wars. Peace can only come when people become free from hatred and are willing to understand each other's differences, hence tolerate and coexist. Tolerance is not a moral choice, but a moral necessity if we are to advance successfully into the 21st century. Fortunately, the tradition in Gambia has been one of ethnic and religious tolerance. However, with few exceptions, the political parties in general have followed this tradition of tolerance and coexistence. Gather in their folds, people of all ethnic groups, religious persuasion, and social status. In addition, multi-party electoral contexts, Gambian political parties have been following an informal practice of not carefully balancing the presidential ticket and important offices. Example, chairmanship, mayors, etc., regionally and ethnically. The national development must be viewed in very wide terms. It has become fashionable in some quarters to view development only in the economic sense. This narrow view carries the danger of blinding policymakers to other aspects of development, which is equally important, such as development of the democratic order and social development. Indeed, all these aspects of development must be seen as inseparable and interdependent. The Constitution has provided the grand plan for a new democratic order. This fledgling democratic order must, however, be nurtured with dedication over the years. Political parties are well placed to play a very important part in this nurturing process. They constitute powerful pressure groups. They can develop the tradition of tolerance and coexistence in their party dialogue, which is essential for the practice of democracy. They can act as champions for the victims of abuse of power. In this way, they can prevent the democratic order from being stifled and ensure that it can take root. They can formulate alternative policies and programs aimed at fostering ethnic and religious tolerance. They can draw attention to the lapses and mistakes of the agencies of state which are in charge of the social order. They exert pressure to ensure accountability. The bias and disparate distribution of national wealth and this development is also leading causes of discontent. Therefore, proper policies and programs of economic development, which depends on many factors, must competently and implement to create atmosphere which will encourage enterprise, productivity, and create employment. Judicious allocation of the resources of the country, and in particular, handling the finances of the with honesty, competence, and prudence, without discrimination. Political parties are in particularly good position to ensure that these vital ingredients of economic development are fostered. The parties have among them men and women of skill, competence, and experience to do so. Again, the aim of social development is to meet the needs of society generally in the country. These needs are wide and include education, medical care, urban and rural development, adequate communication, sufficient and affordable electricity, supply of water and sanitation, and so on. Because political parties which operate on national basis have members and supporters everywhere, they can form good clearinghouses for information about the priority needs of communities. Through dialogue and collaboration, political parties could step up to their obligation and take practical decisive action and measures to address and eliminate incitement of intolerance, incidents of intolerance. Intercultural dialogue, awareness raising, education and criminalization of incitement to hatred and intolerance could be used as practical measures that could possibly combat religious intolerance and promote a culture of tolerance. Political parties should act as catalysts for intercultural dialogue. Education is crucial in fostering respect for all human rights and religious diversity through laws to promote religious harmony and facilitate peaceful and societies. The holistic approach includes educational tools to train teachers about other cultures and to teach students and civil society groups. The need to harmonize the efforts of civil society groups to come together and learn from each other's experience can be beneficial. The need to review various legislative and administrative measures to combat religious intolerance, for instance, to review government's legislations on freedom of religion and belief, and also develop guidelines and key policy issues for combating hate crimes. There should be legislatures criminalizing incitement to imminent violence and institutionalized interfaith debate among genuine religious scholars in order to foster ethnic and religious tolerance and coexistence. The political leaders should make it a duty to inform civil society about religious tolerance and to act on legislation. The political parties has all the tools at their disposal to combat religious intolerance and only needed the political will to use them. It is the responsibility of leaders to criticize hateful ideology. A culture of mutual respect for diversity and a better appreciation of its spirituality should be upheld to prohibit incitement of racial or religious hatred as reflected in our laws. In conclusion, the position of ethnic religious tolerance and coexistence thus allows individuals within a society to get along, especially when a variety of cultures and people within an ethnicity live in one community or nation. It denotes that when religious are practiced, promotes unity and coexistence. Religious tolerance and coexistence is an important concept that helps people to live together peacefully. The promotion of ethnic and religious tolerance and coexist means that you accept other people's opinion and preferences, even when they live in a few with moral bearing. Tolerance allows people of different backgrounds, races to work and live there, and this breeds unity. In an intolerant country, citizens loyal. In a tolerant country, every citizen remains loyal to his country and is willing to sacrifice for the sake of the country. Ladies and gentlemen, after bowing with all of the few minutes that I have spoken, I want you to take these 4 steps, and this is all to help us to cope intolerance and of your own belief. Teach your kids, your children, the beliefs and practices of others. Participate in multi-religion and multi-ethnic events. Discourage ethnic and religious intolerance. I thank you all for giving me this opportunity, and it is an honor to speak to this August gathering. I thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bojang. That was a very, very insightful speak there about religious tolerance and coexistence. I think you've touched on many important points, and tolerance breeds unity. I think we will agree to that. But what we want to see is, as a country, we usually say, Gambia, we are a very small society. And I think we are still not accepting that there is hate speech and religious intolerance in the Gambia. And I think we should take the debate and the discussion further to accept that these things exist. And you've mentioned very important points, very important strategies that political parties have, and how political parties are catalysts in intercultural and interracial dialogue. And I think we should take the discussion further. And I know many people have many questions, and we'll come back to that in the question and answer session. For now, we take a 10 minutes break with cultural interlude from the Tabanka. I hope we get Tabanka now. They have been having technical problems, but hope that has been solved, Lamin. With that, we take a 10 minutes break, and we are back here 19:10. That means 10 minutes past 7 o'clock in Norway. And that would be 10 minutes past something, the clock in Gambia, but it's 10 minutes. Thank you. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
Ancestors believe me. Now you've been here. Bobo Shanti.
muted us all.
Lami is on mute, so we can't hear anything.
Yeah.
It's like that, young man, and I'm firing. Look how many years them whipping. That's when they whip power microchipping. I don't think my midnight style of me. Don't make we get to the tree. Don't fight my brother and sister. And when we are dance, there's something moving sinister. When not we culture, I beat the drums and we are face the vultures away. Man, I shut us all. All over.
We're having technical problems with the video there.
Maimuna, I just kept muting. Are you hearing?
No, we can't even see the video anymore.
Yeah, because I have to stop it. They keep muting it, so people are not hearing it.
Okay, we still take a 10 minutes break. Lamin, it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Getting feedback in there. I'm trying to play it from there.
waaye yow bokk yow mënoo gaaw ci ataaya ji yow xanaa xamoon ni ataaya loo gone
sukur rek a des sukur rek
ah waaye déedéet waay man alaamu
salaamaaleykum tons
yow góor sama kër gi de
yàlla naa yaaga di ñëw góor faxas dance competition bi ñëpp yow la ñoo xaar
yow amoo jom
pare nañ
yow damoon nga fi del ci aj ba ca kaw léegi nag baxatuñu dara yaay yoo yaay nee nga da ngay faxas yow ku bon nga ndax yow da nga
bye babu waaw na ngeen def di ngeen ñëw si dance competition bi yéen rek laay xaar góor yow rek laay xaar
dëkk ci lu bon yaroo ci bon màggee ci bon toppal noonu di bon àdduna ngoog yaa ngoog nag doxal nga dem faxasi bu dee faxas rek moom àdduna dina leen
jërëjëf
waaw yow nag leen bés bu ma la gisee ci faxas bii bi dee dama lay raatale baax na
Hey now, kala ñu fakas dem ñu ànd bokku lango bu kenn sedd na ñëpp ànd bokku tango ñu ànd fakas jaxas tamati ndiga yi bole ci banque mene feccal ba kenn laala
fecca bu nekk am na bot bii doo ko jànga you have to born with this shit pour maak yow ñu langa duma dee lekka jaxatu waaye su la neexee damma fuloo tax nga okatu comme kuy eeg de jam la kay leen ñu faxas sa loxo sa gannaaw melal ni kuy fogas jos seeg bañ rek mu ñagas kay leen ñu faxas sa loxo sa gannaaw melal ni kuy fogas jos seeg bañ rek mu ñagas bu ko fecca di sega jàppa si sa ndiga bul rus ma ne meer bi ñëwut ñetti yoon la nag doo rëcca jël loxo yu wiccax ni kuy bugg a jàppa piccax jos daan sit di ko téyax moo xam bu ko neexee sega dafa sori man du ma ko jege na ko jël si kon su ko paree attaque xoolab yi tase ñetti yoon la nag ndaw xare bu si nag fa xoj sa ndiga ndab li si digga laa diba li ba saaf la kon soosi liba naa banko kaa naa si la ana looy ragal jege sil bala kenn randal ñaawoo te sa gannaaw bandang fu la nee na lal fasa basang xulli ko ci di ma tatu ñam mu ngi di ma xool si kanam dafa xew fa xasafi pëndal fo gasul bala kenn xatal ba xalal teg ko si gaas li ko dog yombut di caas suma diggante ak xale yi dafa saf di kuy toog a waas two steps doo miir ba gëlëm mënuloo kenn du la yëndem day leer dara du fi lëndëm sideways di kuy fecca sekeem
kala ñu fakas dem ñu ànd bokku lango bu kenn sedd na ñëpp ànd bokku tango ñu ànd faxas jaxas tamati ndiga yi bole ci banque mene feccal ba kenn laalo kala ñu fakas rasta matindiga ibole jibange mene fechal baken lala
kay leen ñu faxas sa loxo sa gannaaw melal ni kuy focus joseek bañ rek mu ñagas kay leen ñu faxas sa loxo sa gannaaw melal ni kuy focus joseek bañ rek mu ñagas kay leen ñu faxas sa loxo sa gannaaw melal ni kuy focus joseek bañ rek mu ñagas kay leen ñu faxas sa loxo sa gannaaw melal ni kuy focus joseek bañ rek mu ñagas suma xeet gi du gana gunde gi day faxal ci xar si digga bi moom bu gud benn bu dut bi xam na kuy doba ci génn gi moom fi mun jox ko ndam sax ak ñoñam ba si askanam bi ma wan kanam kondal suba faxas goon yoon bi gudda ku ne aw sa yoon ku ko weddi nekk xar sa fay rek mooy jox la ngooñ ba si kaw a kaw ma aj ko ku ko aji dig ma tooñ bit baa ma jege ba naj ko du sëy rek am si doom ku la teree lobal yëgalal ni mesi buy tobal su la neexee taam bi nga ko dal suñ xol yi nga dugal di ñu bégal pile kenn du la poos suñ biir yambar du fi soos dañ metti te soxor noos su la neexee la tel joos bamboo comme kaa ci kali dox tamaan bi tak ci kali maan bi jub ni benn tali dooma dab da dama la sori dama gaaw ni bal buñ fetel am Samsung ñii Alcatel
Dada. Susa. Yeah. Dada. Yeah. Ifan sanitize ifan tanka. Kaira silo wa manjamfa. Achalen joglem yu andanga corona kelenga fintindi banta. Together se corona kongkong ay dunia batandi from tongkong to tongkong. Ndalta ka bulo di nyola ban sente nang kiku ko ninka nyo kontong. Nkana bulo di nyola ni lafta kam kontong an singol di nyola. Sergeant and no sound in Nola, nga try come bulol kusa funola. Kasingol tala fintol calculate with sign and symptoms if ang isolate and dung sa tail milia underrate sign wala ka case Jamal estimate. Asusa, nkwe bulo susa sa funola, hey corona. Sa kelenyola, nkafunyoma, hey asusa. Nkwe bulo susa sa funola, hey corona. Kelenyola, nkafunyoma. I discriminate, pata koi pata fing. Now it's getting real, whole world panicking. Nabuka dindim bula, keba bula, kafu bendula, najeta bula. Bari no, ani bi dol malla, dun dol kwenye pata fing. Mo mamfa, ni jiyo shuki na mo memman. Kumbuka, believe na mo melfa. Killing si sati, mo may infect. Na si suwol kono nam fam protect. Kabuka tariya, jani kanyin detect. 1025 ni phone suspect. Kasingol tala, fintol calculate with sign and symptoms. Yefang isolate and dung sa tail milia underrate sign wala ka case Jamal estimate. Asusa, nkwe bulo susa sa funola, corona. Sa kelenyola, nkafunyoma, hey asusa. Nkwe bulo susa sa funola, hey corona. Sa kelenyola, nkafunyoma. Asusa, nkwe bulo susa sa funola, hey corona. Sa kelenyola, nkafunyoma, hey asusa. Kwe bulo susa, sa funola, hey corona. Sa kelenyola, nkafunyoma.
Che made it. Che made it.
Susa, dada. Susa, yeah, dada, yeah. Ifan sanitize ifan tanka. Kaira silo wa manjamfa. Achalen joglem yu andanga corona kelenga fintindi banta. Together se corona kongkong ay dunia batandi from tongkong to tongkong. Ndalta ka bulo di nyola ban sente nang kiku ko ninka nyo kontong. Nkana bulo di nyola ni lafta kam kontong an singol di nyola. Sergeant and no sound in Nola, nga try come bulol kusa funola. Kasingol tala fintol calculate with sign and symptoms if ang isolate and dung sa tail milia underrate sign wala ka case Jamal estimate. Asusa, nkwe bulo susa sa funola, hey corona. Sa kelenyola, nkafunyoma, hey asusa. Nkwebulo susa, safunola, corona, takele nyola, nkafunyoma. I discriminate, pata koi, pata fing. Now it's getting real, whole world panicking. Nabuka dindim bula, keba bula, kafu bendula, najeta bula. Bari no, ani bi dol malla, dun dol kwenye pata fim. Mo mamfa, ni jiyo shuki na mo memman. Kombuka, believe na mo melfa. Killing society, mo may infect. Na sisu wall kono nam fam protect. Abuka tariya, jani kanyin detect. 1025 ne phone suspect. Kasing all talaf in toll calculate with sign and symptoms. Ye fang isolate and dung sa tail milia underrate. Sign wall ka case Jamal estimate. Asusa, nkwebulo susa, safunola, corona, takele nyola, nkafunyoma, asusa, nkwebulo susa, safunola, corona, takele nyola, nkafunyoma, susa, nkwebulo susa, safunola, corona, takele nyola, nkafunyoma, asusa, nkwebulo susa, safunola, corona,
posted in the comments here. We gather all the questions and then we have an interactive session during the dinner and networking. That would be question and answer session because there would be no dinner. You can have your dinner, you'll be beside you and enjoy it whilst we continue. With that, I hand over to my co-host, Mrs. Amina Mahama, and Amina will be hosting the next part of this program. Amina, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Memuna, for the good work, and thank you for our speakers who have honored us with their presentation. We are most grateful. With that being said, I'm very excited to take the second session of our webinar. And I would love to introduce you to our next speaker, who is Thomas Presto Talawa. Thomas is an internationally renowned lecturer, instructor, choreographer, and performer. Thomas is also the founder and artistic director of Tabanka Dance Ensemble. And from a very young age, Thomas has always championed the causes of equal rights, equal rights and excellence in the African community. Thomas has also studied humanities and economics, and is also on his path to study the colonial PhD in the colonial system in Norway. Having said that, I would like to introduce, I'm sorry, I think I'm a bit nervous because I'm not used to this digital presentation. Thomas' topic is going to be hate and acceptance of the LGBTQ within the African community in Norway. Thomas, if you are ready, the floor is yours.
Good evening. Can you see and hear me? Okay, good. I was supposed to be working with a PowerPoint, but with the technical difficulties, I will be just speaking like this. So pardon that you won't get the numbers and statistics up. As Amina introduced me, I am currently studying for my PhD. My background is African Caribbean, but I used to head AYIM, African Youth in Norway, which was at that point the largest Pan-African organization in the country, in Norway. I'm also in the Global African Congress, currently sit in 21 boards, looking to reduce that because even with Corona, that is too much. I will be speaking on the topic of the situation for African youth who have LGBTIQ plus identities and what their situation is like in Norway. Before I speak, I will just remind everyone that I have been asked by my elders to speak and will therefore speak with that authority and without apology. As I speak, I will have no tolerance for hate speech or comments. The topic on which I speak is based on 25 years of working with that target group in Norway and in Europe predominantly. My main concern as somebody who works with the next generation is the betterment, success, health, and well-being of the next generation. So as I speak, I will not be discussing whether it's natural, unnatural, whether it should be done, not be done, whether it's moral or amoral. That will not enter my perspective at all. I will simply be speaking from the perspective, is it healthy? Are they protected? What are the risk factors? And what should be done to make sure that the next generation are healthy? I will put it in the comments if that is possible, yes. This webpage is predominantly for those of you who are based in Norway. It's manhood.no. Make sure that you write .no, do not write .com, please, because that brings you to something completely different, and I take no responsibility for where that takes you. But manhood.no is a resource page for anyone who works with African young men in the Nordic countries. There are 2 articles there that is of interest to this particular topic. One article is how to speak with young males who have LGBTQI plus identities, so lesbian, homosexual, bisexual, intersex, transsexual, queer, and or other non-binary identities. The second one, which I also actually will be talking a little bit about, is the situation for young African men who are in the sex work industry, because those 2 categories actually overlap each other due to the risk factors and what is happening to some of the young men in particular who have these identities. And it's because it should be of a major concern to the community that I will also be bringing that up. Since 2006 until 2019, so we stopped doing the activity. In 2019, we have had approximately 8 to 12 young males who have these identities, who have met and had conversations twice a month. In total, the group has had more than 68 members who have come. So I'm speaking on actually quite a large group of people. Most of them have not found themselves within queer or gay organizations that are here in the country, but have found themselves ostracized from their communities in some ways. Some of the risk factors that is that several of them came to Norway as unaccompanied minors, as asylum seekers. We have uncovered and have brought up several times before that several of them have been recruited to the sex work industry directly through the asylum camps. And these might or might not have gay or queer identities, but they would still be engaging in sexual activity with people of the same sex. So there's a gray zone category here. Lack of supervision is a problem. That there is a huge market and that human trafficking still happens is a problem. And also some of them are recruited into that industry because they are thrown out by their families once their families find out about their identity. So that is how some of them end up there. What is interesting is when we asked, and 63 of them responded, what their main fear was, their main number 1 fear was disappointing the parents. So a major source of stress for this part of the community is to disappoint family and parents, and the fear of what will happen if they have these conversations with them. I do, however, have to stress that within this group, we have all types of stories. So we have those who have been embraced by their families, have been supported. We are those who might be ostracized from one of the parents, but accepted by the other. We have those who have contact with the siblings, but no longer with the parents. We have a broad range of stories. And I do have to stress that because very often things are told as if there's a singular story. There's not a singular story here in any way. What, however, is the case is that there is no real point of socialization for those who find themselves either wondering or finding out that they might have an identity which is gay or queer. Some of the things which is a main risk factor is society at large, but it's also the other forms of racism and sexualization and objectification, which happens with Black people in general. One of the problems is that here in Europe, the web pages through which you can socialize as gay or queer are largely sexualized. You may be a member of most of these from the age of 15. To put it into perspective, very often on your profile, it actually says what your sexual preference is. And I'm sorry if I'm stepping now into taboo. What I mean with that, it will actually say whether you are the receiving or the dominant giving part in the bedroom, for example. On a 15-year-old profile, this says on the internet. So the only places, if you cannot converse with your family, if you cannot converse with your friends, the only places where you can find some kind of information and support around your identity as a human being is predominantly organized by sexual activity. As a youth worker, I see a problem in this. Also because of the way it exposes you and the type of information that is there. Later on now, they have come mobile phone. We protect the children first. And we have to protect children actually from being exposed to the degree that they will if they are forced to go searching by themselves because they believe that they cannot get any parental or grown support and don't have anyone to talk to. The goal of these apps, like other dating apps, is usually to meet or hook up. Again, because there's no age verification, there's also nothing that separates or limits you from meeting somebody who's considerably older than yourself, who can therefore, because you're already confused and vulnerable and in search of companionship and identity, you're also extra vulnerable to be pressured into situations of sexual nature of which you are not ready. And we often forget that in these situations, young males can be as victimized as young daughters can be. We're used to having a certain perspective when it comes to the females. We forget it when it comes to the males. So I also want to, because it's predominantly males I have worked with, I want to really stress to the family and the extended village that young men are being victimized. And we need to see them as possible victims as well in order to be able to protect them. Also because the norm is sending these pictures, once you receive them, you start to normalize it and you also start sending them. Although these apps have started to be quite developed and there's several things in the app that keeps people from directly taking your pictures, there's nothing to stop you from taking a picture of your mobile phone with another mobile phone. There's nothing to stop you from making a screenshot, which also means that you are at risk of your compromising photos ending up in areas you don't expect them to. I'm quite proud that some of our work actually ended up in locking up several sex offenders and also taking down an entire ring of child pornography users. And that came out of actually this conversation group. I'm also stressing that the predators are aware that our African young ones are extra vulnerable. They are aware that it's taboo to talk about these things. They are aware that the economic situation is lower. They are aware of those things and they use it. There are also several positive things that we see happening. Some of the coping factors is that several of them have organized their own groups where they have conversations. And also, like I said, now I'm focusing on the problems. They are also completely normal normal youth, as in they go to school, they do their homework, they come home, they don't have particular problems or issues. Just so that said, again, I'm not trying to promote a singular story, but because I have limited time, I'm focusing in on where our energy needs to be in order to protect. Yes, is that understood? Those are on camera, thumbs up if you still hear me and so on. Wonderful. Yes. So they have started to have their own conversation groups. Particular coping mechanism, especially among the East Africans, are that they have gathered in their own apartments. So several who have been either ostracized by the community or they came specifically seeking asylum in Norway because they are gay or queer, have organized within their own communities. That provides a certain level of protection. That is a good thing that is happening. Something that is also happening among students is also very often students who are other places in Norway have a tendency to gravitate in towards the cities. This can be two-sided. That can both put you at risk and it can protect you if you're available to connect with one of your own communities. Further on, I do not know, and I'm not sure how much to focus in on, but there are certain risk factors also linked to identity and linked to role. I mentioned before whether you are the receiving part, to be specific and a little technical, that means whether you are the party which is being penetrated or you are the party which penetrates. That's quite a different risk factor in those two positions for multiple reasons. One, we know that the anal sex leads to a higher risk factor when it comes to getting certain illnesses, especially sexually transmittable. That has to do with the intestine's ability to absorb liquid. So I'm not sure if everyone knows that that's why. So you're not at higher risk because you're sinful or any of those things. You're at higher risk because of the biology and the mechanics of the body. Sexual education in relation to this is also very important, and how to protect yourself in these situations. I also mentioned the risk factor because violence very often travels more along the line of the person who is the penetrated party. This also, when it comes to recruitment and grooming, and again, I'm talking about when you're very young and you're contacted by somebody older, what roles do they usually manipulate you into? We see that the ones who start very young are usually manipulated into a penetrated role, the submissive role, which brings higher risk factors when it comes to violence, higher risk factors when it comes to maybe even in a young age getting a sexually transmittable disease. We also see that this in large part comes depending on how you look. So typical East African features, long and slender, thin, in part maybe androgynous, are usually preferred in the oppressive communities as the penetrated party. West African looks, Nigerian, Ghanaian, and so on, of the muscular type are usually more asked to be in a dominant role or the penetrating role, which provides certain levels of protection when it comes to the risk factor of violence and so on. So I think that a little bit of what I've been asked to, I wanted to really focus in on what is going on, because all of these things are going on right under our noses at the same time as complete normalcy is also going on. And I've not really broached into what the psychological effect is of the stress that a completely normal youth who might have these identities can experience based on the fear of being excommunicated from the mosque, from the community, by the parents, by the siblings, the fear of letting parents down, the fear of breaking everyone's expectations, and what these additional stress factors and so on can do to a young person and a young mind. That is an additional risk factor that is also very much present. My plea to everyone is to really have open conversations with the younger people around you and to preach acceptance and love first, whether one agrees or not, to make it absolutely clear that you love your child regardless and that they can speak to you about anything. I am familiar with parents who have lost their children to suicide because communication has not been open. I have contact with parents who have experienced that their children has been exposed to sexual violence and other things because communication was not open. I can say firsthand, it is absolutely heartbreaking as a parent to be the receiving end of an understanding that stubbornness or closeness has led to the victimization of your own child. So my plea to everyone is to please have a focus on keeping the conversation open, and that certain lines of maybe what we consider taboo might especially here, a westernized society, have to be readjusted somewhat because the situations that we find ourselves in are unique, and the internet is providing a whole nother avenue of situations that just 10 years ago, we couldn't even imagine that this world would enter our living rooms and our kids' phones so easily. I will leave that to questions, because I'm sure there are some. And also I'm trying not to be Caribbean and go way over time and leave you all with a program problem.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Thomas. We'll get back to the questions later in the program. But as a mother and as a grandmother, I feel very emotional, not because of the topic, but because as Africans, we tend not to discuss these topics with our children. And I'm glad that you mentioned communication and acceptance, because when we don't accept our children and we don't communicate with them, we expose them to abuse. We expose them to a lot of things that we are not even aware of. And I'm glad that people like you and Moses are very much into the youth and then trying to educate them and inform them. But I think that we as parents need to have this conversation, because if we do not have this conversation, we expose our children to abuse. So regardless of our children's sexual orientations or whatever, we need to accept them. And for me, that is what I take from your presentation. And I hope that the parents on this panel will also take that with us. And then IAC will continue with this conversation outside this seminar. Thank you very much. With that said, I would want to introduce our next speaker, who is Madam Nde Jobate, and she's going to talk about violence and abuse against women in the homes. Nde is the founder of the Gambian House, and she's also a chair, and she has been an activist. And those of us who have been following Nde, she has mentored a lot of the women on the panel, and I'm glad to call her a comrade, a friend, and a mentor. With that said, Nde Jobate, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you so much, Amina. And I just want to say thank you so much to the speakers for taking their time. We know they have their busy schedules, but they made time to sit down and follow us through the whole process. And I like to acknowledge that also. Also, I would like to also congratulate IAC for consistently working very hard for 10 years, keep the organization going, moving, and always gathering us every year. Looking forward to this event as well. I want to congratulate them. And that also takes me down to my topic, talking about violence and abuses against women in the homes. Today, IAC has shown us the effect, the impact of women having access, women being able to do what they want, women being able to use their resources, women being able to organize and be together to create such an impact, both not only for today, but even tomorrow. We are now going to look at the Nordic Gambian Diaspora Investment Forum. And these are these women who made these things happen. So that also take us back to the issues of the space we created. I know Momo Drame also talk about men engaging and making sure that they are addressing these issues. They are not just taking it as somebody else's business. We came from a society where women are considered weak, vulnerable, in a position to be exploited. That is the society, whether we like it or not. That is the society we grow up in. Even though today we are living in a different society, Norway, and also, of course, Gambia has changed a lot. And then violence and abuse have long been accepted as something that happens to women, because even when women complain about these abuses, you are castrated. You are seen to be either you are westernized, you are Europeanized, you are being changed as if women don't have their brains to think. Let's think about it today. These are these women who gathered us here today. They think, they have a brain, they can organize, they can do things, but all along we are told that we cannot. We have to be looked after. We have to be taken care of. They have to think for us. And these are the things we are always being told. But I always want us to reflect back to today. What brought us together today? Who brought us together today? And I will keep on coming back to that. Then again, we go back to our cultural norms, the religious practices, economic and political conditions that also has set the precedent for initiating and perpetuating violence and abuses in the home. I'm happy we have two politicians here. We have grown up in a country and in a society in Gambia where women elect these politicians. But we have also seen how women are used for centuries and centuries and centuries as yai comping, as people who clap for men, as people who go on lobbying, building up all these things, but they have never been put on the table. Now we are seeing some changes because of course, there's a young generation of Gambian women. There's a new generation of Gambian women that is also changing that dimension. But this has gone from generation of my mother, my father, to our generation even. We still continue to see the clapping, the dancing, the cooking, the gathering, the going out lobbying. Women are the best mobilizers. They mobilize, they elect. But we are still not seeing them on the table. We are still not feeling that impact of the numbers they put in electing these women. And I'm happy that we have politicians in the panel also to be able to take it. One cannot underestimate the importance of our cultural social norms in maintaining violence and abuses against women in the home, in our communities, because you dare not talk about these things. Everything that happened to women is put in the private. When I say it's put in the private, it's put in the place in the home, and it has to be covered. There should be a lead. It has to be covered. Nobody has to talk about it. We don't have to deal with it. You have to keep quiet as a woman. We have a saying, even in the Gambia, you have to know what I'm sutura. We have to make it sutura. And if you look at it, I always have an argument with my mom because we discuss a lot about this gender thing. And I always say, you know what? All this sutura, just look at it. When we say sutura, what is it? It's all the negative thing. Tell me any positive thing that they will tell you sutura. I haven't seen it. I grew up in the Gambia. I came back here in Norway. I don't even have to come to Norway to understand the gender because it's my father who made me who I am. It's my father who made me understand that as a girl, you have to be there. He has a saying all the time. When I protested because I want to go out with my friends, they were calling me all speaking, and I was really protesting on that. And my father would say, you know what, Aji? Your generation, women will be in the forefront. Women will be running this world, and I want you to be there. And I kept saying, oh no, let him not kill me with that. But it's a reality. So we have to be able to look into this sutura that when we all sit down and go home and reflect that everything we talk about sutura, I haven't seen sutura that is related to positive thing. I haven't seen sutura that is related not related to women and their suffering. That's what I see. And maybe people have seen differently, and we need to look at it. We also grow up in a patriarchal society, the patriarchal power structure that is so rigid, that has made this with these rigid gender roles, poorly equipped women to protect themselves if their partners become violent. They cannot, because the patriarchal society, the structures, the rigid gender roles have poorly equipped them that they cannot even do that. They have to stay in this home. Much of the disparity relates to how men, dependency, fearlessness amount to a cultural disarmament. We culturally disarm women. Our society culturally disarm women, and they just relegate them to that silence. And they die in silence. They die quietly. And we don't even understand what they go through. Because, as I always say, the issue of women's rights, the issue of the rights of women is not just a human rights issue. It's not just a political issue. It is a developmental issue. Why I say that? I said it is a developmental issue because you cannot have 50%, more than 50% of your population handicapped. What are you going to talk about development? More than 51% of your population handicapped, you are left with 49%. In that 49% of men, you have 10% that are maybe disabled, they can't walk. In that percentage, that 39% you are left with, you have at least 20% who are young people who cannot even contribute, they are dependent. So these are the things we have to look at. When we talk about these issues, they're oh, Dora Tinay, it's just this woman, they started again. Human right, what human right? 50-50, what this? What? But it's an economic issue. It's a developmental issue. If you are an economist and you are a developmentalist, you look at this as a development point of view where you have 50+50, more than 51% of your population handicapped, then you have a serious developmental issue. What kind of development are you talking here now? How can we even discuss and talk about development? How can we lay economic foundation? How can we even lay political strategy when more than 51% of our population are not involved? And this is where the conversation should go. And that for me is also abuse and violence. But this is now in the public space. And there are violence and abuses against women in the home. It's so rampant. And women cannot talk about that. And I always tell people, is the power misused by one adult in a relationship to control another? And people say, but what kind of control? Nobody controls anybody. I said, yes, there is control. In the establishment of control and fear in relationship through violence or other forms of abuse, we've seen it, we've grown in it. We grew up, I grew up in Gambia where you could hear a neighbor saying the husband has beaten him, and then everybody just talk about it. And that particular woman will feel so ashamed of herself that nobody talk about. Everybody knows, even the kids know, but nobody want to deal with it because it's normal, it's accepted. It's a woman, it's a wife, need to be beaten, need to be straightened up. And these are these things we want people to understand. It's developmental, economical, human rights, political challenges we have. Because it's not just a simple, just an argument. Just a woman being beaten, it's not a simple argument. It is a pattern of cohesive control that one person exercises over another. The frequency of the violence and abuse can be on and off, occasionally or chronically. Abusers use physical, sexual, threats, emotional, insult, economic deprivation as a way to dominate their victims. We have seen these things. We've lived with it. And I always tell people, when I tell people I'm a feminist, and I don't even negotiate about that because it's a non-negotiable. And I'm a feminist with no if, because I said our struggle is political. We have to be able to fight our struggle politically to be able to gain it, because nobody will give it to us. Yeah, for how many years have we lived in the Gambia? Women have been doing so much. They are the backbone of the economy today. When you go, it's the women who go out there and sell and bring the food. If your father gives $5 in the house, the mother is giving $10. That's the fact. But yet still, we continue to say men are the head of the household because what? We have to suture them. Even if the women are heading the house, it has to be in the private. So how do we inspire young women? How do we so that women are capable? How do we even remove violence against women if we cannot showcase what they are doing in the private house, that they contribute to the economy in the house, they produce the dapas, they go and cook the food, and they take care of these kids? How can we inspire young women? Because all we see young women, they will just say, wow, I will just be like they, because I just seen they wake up in the morning, go and cook, clean, and come to the house and sit. And all that she gets is the husband provide for her, which is not even that fact, because that is not true. And then that child grow up with that mentality. And how do we develop leaders? We keep talking about women are not coming in the forefront. Women are not coming, but how can they come when they don't even know? We don't even have the tool. When the space is not created, how can they come in the forefront? You hear politicians saying about, well, I said, come on, you've done everything, women are not coming. Something is wrong. Something is really wrong there. There are no incentive. We have to help these women to come out, because this is the way they are brought up. And we have grown up, we talk about abuse. When people talk about abuse and violence in the home, people will tell you, no, don't start this discussion. It's a private matter. Wow, you cannot say anything. A relationship between a man and a woman, you cannot even talk about it. This is their private life. That's why I said, anything bad, any abuses, anything that takes us back as women, is always in the private. It has to be a private thing. Men take leadership. It's in the public space. They go there and take it. It's in the public space. But they keep us in the public. And then we have even a saying, mutut. That is, a woman is not, I don't even have it, a woman is not even, it's not, they say something missing with the woman. The woman is not, in fact, I think I would say not intelligent. And we talk about, when you talk about leadership, you say a woman mutut, like a woman is not fit. Already you are taking away the leadership position, because to be a leader, you have to be fit. To be a leader, you have to be fit. To be a leader, you have to know. We have so much things we say, so many things we say. People keep it and it stays there, and we use it, and it degenerates women. The thing of women, so palatable, all again, so palatable, all a woman, just love her, but don't trust her. Leadership comes with trust. If you are saying that individual person cannot be trusted, and this is things we say in our society, in our community, we sing it from generation to generation, a child to a child, how can that woman be a leader? How can you move that person? How can even the society see that woman a leader? Because what the society know, she gets so palatable all. So why would I even vote for this woman? Because we constantly complaining women don't vote for women. People don't vote for women. But how can I vote for somebody they told me from childhood that so palatable all? And leadership is about trust. So we have been destroyed. We have been damaged consistently by all these words. You see, when they talk about inspiration, you have to do something to inspire somebody. You have to show something for the person to look at and inspire. But that doesn't happen. Now, when we look at the type of violence and abuse in our societies, going back to exactly what is really happening in the private sector, types of violence, I have always found it very interesting. When many cases, alarming, in fact, the number of women who experience various forms of abuse from their husbands, partners, but they don't even understand it is abuse. Also, at many different times, they will tell you they will give you lots of excuses that given to explain away the act of violence. Men will just tell you, I only hit her once. But what's your problem? I just did it once. But why do you have to even hate? What kind of society are we building? Are we building a society of violence? It didn't come in a vacuum. It didn't happen in a vacuum. Some people will tell you that a woman will be beaten. You will hear people in Gambia will tell you, she deserves it. She deserves it. You hear those things. People will also, you will hear men also say, yeah, he didn't mean to hurt me. Women will tell you, yeah, but he beat me, but he didn't mean to hurt me. He promised not to do it again. Even you hear people going to negotiate and you say, yeah, but he has promised not to do it again. Some people will tell you, I don't have choice. I have no choice. I don't have anywhere to go. That also take me back to some of the issues that Fatou Jai also talk about, creating those environment and things. Because we need those framework, we need those environment. Because if women have nowhere to go, they will stay. And this is not only unique to women, it's a human thing. If I don't have where to go, if I don't have what to do, I will stay. And then you hear people saying it was Satan. How can Satan come and get in between you people? You lift your hand and beat. Why didn't Satan take you to another fit man, physical, with the same power? Why didn't Satan take you there? Why would Satan take you to the most vulnerable? That is your wife or your partner or a woman. Why? Some people will even go to the extent that he's been bewitched. Yeah, then colligay, goromia colligay, yeah, colligay, because Bugun Jabadi is like just saying that they've bewitched her because the mother-in-law didn't like her, or the brother-in-law didn't like her, or they didn't like her in the marriage. All being abused in the home. There's always an excuse. And somebody doesn't actually hit me that hard, and so many more. All of these things happen, and I don't see any Gambian, I may be wrong, who will tell me today, you haven't heard these words before. You haven't had a woman being beaten or maltreated by the husband or the partner. You haven't experienced a woman who have this or be with a woman. One of the most ridiculous arguments I hear abusive men tell is that the woman has a bad mouth. Yeah, dafa bariwa, dafa munawa. And you hear people, mostly men, also ask, when a woman has been brutally beaten or even killed. We've seen Gambians killing their wives. They happen here in Europe. We've seen it in the West. And people will ask, what has she done? People wouldn't say, oh my God, what happened? You see the questions, what has she done? Really? What has she done? It doesn't matter, I always say, what she has done. She does not deserve to be maimed, beaten, or killed. It's not by force. If you are not compatible, walk away. And people always think this is an extreme situation. But why would that happen? Why would even people walk away from relationships that are abusive? Why? Why would somebody sit there? I always tell men, would you sit down in a relationship that you have been beaten, battered, and bullied? You won't sit there. Let's face it. We all want to be loved. We all want to be cared for. We all want to be taken care of. And some people will say men also suffer violence from women. But they stop what we are talking. It's not only women. Always, there are men also abused by women. I say that is correct. But on a much smaller scale. And I always would like men to address that. I don't want to address that. I want to address my business. I always say people, if I am not liberated, I cannot liberate anybody. So I have to go and liberate myself and my people. I want to liberate those ones before I go and liberate anybody. Let's look and try to understand even the type of violence and abuses, just for you people to get it, to just understand that this is not just a word, this is not one talking, because you will relate, you will hear these things. There is emotional and verbal abuse. There are many signs of abusive relationship. The most telling sign is the fear of your partner. We have seen, if you feel you have to walk on an eggshell, we have seen those things around your partner. Constantly watching what you say, do in order to avoid a massive argument, chances are that then that relationship is not healthy. We have seen people, you are in an environment, all of you, and then all of a sudden the wife is saying something, the husband will say, just keep quiet, embarrasses you. There are many behaviors and habits we settle for in an erroneous belief that it is faith accomplished or culturally accepted. acceptable, regardless of the physical, emotional, psychological, collateral damage that accompanies it. And when we talk, we are told, ñi dañ fi nekk di destroy, ñi dañ dem toog Europe, ñi kay dañ nekk Norway rek, nekk tubaab. And I tell people, no, I didn't have to come to Norway. It's my father in Gambia who taught me those values, who taught me who I am, who taught me. I didn't have to come to Europe to even know that you have to treat everybody equally, men, women. I didn't have to. I didn't even have to. So I think these are very important things. People have. We have to, and you see, women also avoiding certain topics out of fear of angering your partner. You cannot say anything. You are scared because you think if you bring the topic, this person will just get so angry, feeling that you can't do anything right for your partner. We have seen those things, those emotional abuse. You might even believe that you deserve to be hurt. Some people do believe that they deserve to be hurt. It's my fault because I shouldn't have said what I've said. If I didn't say it, they wouldn't. I can't even count the number of times I have women saying that they believe they had provoked their husbands or partner in some way, and they could understand why he felt he had no alternative but to beat them. I'm like, what? That is ridiculous. How do you feel? Even we are moving even to our era that even your children, you have to talk to them. Those beating is even disappearing. So not to talk of your wife, and in fact, not only wife, partner. And the definition of even wife has been reduced to a singular property, not even partnership. When you have a wife, that is a property. And this also we need to address. This also we need to look at the definition of wife. Even some people would even go to say that at least they knew their partners felt passionate about them, which was an evidence in the beatings and the way they've been treated. And I'm like, come on. And you see, this is very sad, I tell people. It shows how emotionally we have damaged and destroyed our women. Because that's what it tells. If somebody can accept pain that has been inflicted by you and you accept it and give it an explanation, that person is affected. And we are destroying our women society. We are destroying our female society. Some partners even keep tracking of everything you do. They monitor where you are, whom you are with at all times. They prevent or discourage you from seeing even friends, family, or going to work or school. We have seen it even in the diaspora. When men bring their wives, and they kept on telling them, they feminist, radical feminist, problem. I don't want to see you with the likes of they, because these people, they just destroy marriages. They're just here destroying people's marriages, and they are feminists. You shouldn't even listen to them. You just that woman, you lock that woman in a society that needs somebody to be out there. The person doesn't even know what to do, doesn't even know how to get into the system, doesn't know how to do things. And this is the person who's also taking care of those children you are having. We have seen those kind of abuses here as well. Your partner insists that you reply right away to their text message. That control freak. I call you, you're not picking the phone, you come home, this is it, and then the beating starts. Who were you talking that you didn't pick my phone? That's why I said this ownership, this property thing of what wiveism, wife means, needs to be looked at. You have also this emotional aspect of where your partner insists that all the time they're acting jealous, including constantly accusing you of cheating. And then people come, hey, that's fear, hanga key, that's fear. But what amount of jealousy goes to the point that you take away the person's rights, you take away the person's emotions, you take away the person's self-esteem, you kill it. And this is the person who is going to bring up your child, because men are, we have to be honest, men are not always there to bring up children. Many men, majority of men are not there to bring up these children. It's the women who do that. Most of that is the woman. And I always tell people, if that person who is going to bring up the next generation cannot even take care of herself, doesn't even understand what it means, doesn't even know what is going on, how do you think the next generation would be? Because men are not sharing the full bringing of them. Few men do, yeah, they do, but not majority. So what kind of society are we bringing up? What kind of future generation are we bringing up? Then we go back to even this whole abuse of how you get so humiliated in front of others. We've seen them. You go to event, you go to program, you see those situations where you're humiliated in front of others and attempt to even destroy and talk bad and do all. These are things we have to look at. I'm just trying to make these things for people to understand how much these things are serious. How much these things, the verbal abuse, people talk, you have people changing their behaviors because they are fear of upsetting a partner. They don't even know what to do, how to. You hear women saying, and they cry out for help. And we have seen situations where they will tell you, man, can do suma affair, the bulldugal can suma affair, and they shut you down. They shut you down. So these things have serious implications because women feel ashamed and guilty because some of them can't even talk about it because they are ashamed of it. But that shows how wrong they are. Some feel constantly afraid of even upsetting their partners because they won't even go anywhere for help. Some feel powerless, hopeless, feel manipulated, used, controlled, unwanted. All these things are things that women go through. You have even the situation of financial abuse, where women's finances are controlled by these partners. They decide what to buy, they decide how much you are going to buy, they decide where you want to go, they decide where you're going to with the kids, they decide all these things. How can that person be financially independent when you control everything and then you expect that person also to take financial decisions after making that person financially illiterate? Then you expect that person to do anything? No, that's not going to happen. That wouldn't happen. So I'm just saying that it's not just the beating. It's not just the physical abuse. It's not just the sexual abuse, but the emotional abuse is even more damaging and destruction. And even now we are seeing even technology. Technological abuse, I call it. They hack into your emails, your personal accounts, tracking your devices, monitoring your social media interaction. I've been hearing so many people on the social media, the Gambia online radio, sometimes you hear people calling and saying, yeah, social media. I'm like, come on. The men who are interacting also, where are their wives? Where are their wives? Don't they also have their wives? Or are their wives not important as the husband of that woman? You hear all those demeaning words they use against them. Some also use what I call immigration status abuse as well. Because where they threaten you, that's happened mostly even in the West, that they will take your papers away, they won't file your papers. When your time to file, they won't file, they will send you back to Gambia. Threatening you to just subdue, and you won't say anything. You keep quiet. All these things happen in the private sector. And it's that private space we have to break. Women stay. And I was really happy that we had the Minister of Women's Affairs and she had to go very quickly because all these things we need to question. Why do they stay? People like, but so na hare ni lumfa toge so they ni la ko def lumfa toge so they ni la ko don def sa da ta mu tok ko be jur fa dom. What they don't understand, what people don't understand, and what our people don't get. Women, when they get economically dependent, because all the economy is dependent on this person. If there is this economic dependency, women don't have the ability to sustain themselves economically. Women, they are forced to stay in abusive relationships and are not able to free themselves from violence. That's where when they even take them out, they come back. Because typically in Gambia, you are married and sent to your husband's house. Your parents, maybe they are not economically fit. They don't have the economic resources. You go, they tell you, in fact, most of the things they tell you when you are married, you danga dem do ñewati, gena nga fi jehna. and immediately you quarrel with your husband, you go home to even discuss that issue, you are sent back. And the parents even are scared to take you. What are they going to do with a grown-up woman and children when they are even struggling to feed themselves? And this economic dependency needs to be looked at. And as I said again, I'm happy politicians are here. These things need to be looked at. When we have our politicians take power, sit into position, they have to look into these issues if we want women to be free. And do the deep-rooted cultural values. Women do not prefer to adopt the adoption of even separating from their husband or a divorce. But what is there that is created to help them in that process? We don't even have that. Every time when you talk, they said, they knew swing culture, they nila, wa swing ko bugut, hamulo culture be, wa ki hamu plumo wahni. The culture. But I always say, our culture, men wear suits, and that's not our culture, but they adopt, and change. We build houses. We didn't come out there, as they say in Manika, we used to have these grass houses, but we build it and adopt. People have to change. People have to grow. People have to develop. We all want good things. It doesn't matter whether a woman or not. And culture is not static. If we look at Gambia today, those people, even my fathers and my mothers who grew up those days, they see that there's a huge difference now. My father, who kept on telling me that your generation of women will be running this wall, he saw that things will change. They are not constant. So this also, we need to look at these issues. We all need to sit down and reflect. And also they fear the consequence of reporting violence and declare unwillingness to support themselves to the shame of being identified even as a battered woman. And lack of even information about alternatives also forces women to suffer in silence because they have nothing. Where do I go? If I start complaining about the man pack me and throw me from his house, where do I go with my children? Who will help me feed them? You've seen women who have divorced their husband or who have even just got angry and left, how they suffered. Then they will tell you, and they just one day, then you start getting scared because it's an evidence. You saw they struggle. You saw it. So you are like, oh my God, no, I don't want to go there. What do I explain? How do I feel? You go. So there should be. We should create an environment for everybody to feel that freedom, to live when they feel threatened, to live when they feel abused, to live when they feel that this is not the space, or even to create the avenue where these things can be discussed and amicable solution can come. And nobody deserves to be beaten. Nobody deserves to be beaten. Nobody. So this, I always say, violence against women, it does not only cause physical injury, as I said before, it undermines the social, economic, psychological, spiritual, and emotional well-being of women. The perpetuator as well, it does, and the society as a whole, because it is a major contributor. People always say it's a major contributor to ill health of women, but because in our society, we never sat down even to do research, to connect the abuse of women, how that affects their health. We've never done that. Even it's not even important because for women to be beaten is okay. For women to be shouted is okay. For women to be put in their place is okay. So these are these things. These things have serious consequences on women's mental health, physical health, including even their reproductive and sexual health. Because sometimes we see that a woman cannot have a child. Married to a husband, to a man, and then you married there for years, you can't even have a child. Next minute, you married to another person, you get a child. And then people start wondering, but what was going on? Because even not having a child, that is even abuse, violence in the home as well. Not even have a child is always a woman's fault. Even men really go and check to see, okay, we cannot have a child, let's both go and check to see who is the one. No, it's the woman's fault. It's the woman who is barren and she will suffer. Abuse is there, all kinds of insult, all kinds of indirect, what they call garuwale and all this, and they will do it, and this person will sit there. You see women who cry and said, you know, because I have no child, that's why I'm treated like this, I cannot go. When people talk about even issue of polygamy, I said, yeah, but women will choose a husband, a wife for their husband. I said, yes, because they are so abused. The only peace they can have is to get and ask the husband to go and marry somebody else so that the husband will have a child with that person and then she will have peace. Because then those kids will be her kids and she will work for them. So it's not like they want it. No. So these are these things we have to look at over the short and the long term. Women's physical injuries and mental trouble either interrupts or ends their educational career path, leading to poverty back to the economy, poverty and economic dependency. And we have to really look at these things. And I always tell the victims, there are 3 important steps to take if you are in an abusive relationship. I always say, recognize it, that it's happening to you, accept that you are not to be blamed or responsible for your partner's behavior is a grown man, and try to get some support in whatever form that is right or comfortable for you. At least tell somebody. Don't allow our culture to silence you from telling somebody and asking for help. Don't allow it. Most all really remember, you don't also have to live there. You don't have to. But the biggest challenge, because the biggest challenge we even have is changing those social attitudes and beliefs. Whilst we are struggling to change it, women have to find solution, temporal solution, because we cannot confine ourselves to that status they put us, that inferior status they put us. We have to also get more women to know their legal rights. We have to teach our people why it is important to protect women. As Dra was saying, we have to know why we should support women, why we should act, why we should protect women, how it benefits the entire community when women afford better protection. Today, IAC is a living attestation that they brought us here to discuss these issues because they are afforded that environment to be able to organize and bring us all here. We have to be educating both men and women on domestic violence, abuse in the home. It sends a message that such violence is not an issue just for women, but a problem for everything. And just to conclude, to just look at this thing, that this is not just a burden. It has burden in numerous sectors of our social system and quietly yet dramatically affects development of any nation. Batterers cost nations fortunes in terms of law enforcement, in terms of healthcare, in terms of loss of labor, because those women, they can't go to work because they're so battered that they can't even work. General progress in development. These costs do not only affect the present generation. What begins as an assault by one person on one another reverberates through the family and the community into the future. And this is where I will end. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Inde. And when you talk about abuse in the homes, then why women stay, I think that it's not even about women being afraid of leaving, but it's the stigma attached to it when they leave. So until women also take ownership that there is nothing painful about leaving a very toxic marriage, relationship, for the sake of your health, your mental health, your children's mental health and upbringing, not go anywhere. Because sometimes we tend to blame the men about what they are doing, but we have to take the power back. And in taking the power back, just like IAC has organized and has that space, I think that if our mothers and our sisters and brothers who are back home also create that kind of, you have to create space for yourself these days. And these days, because of social media, people are more afraid to be exposed. So in that sense, it has limited the abuse, but it still happens behind closed doors. So until we stop the shame, and I mean, women, people who leave marriages are stigmatized. And then sometimes too, men also feel like, are brought to here, you are now independent. But then most of us who have been activists or feminists on this platform are women who have been raised by strong men who taught us that you don't have to abuse women to be a man. And we have to also teach our children, because sometimes we say that it's the men, but we are the one bringing up this man. So I also want to throw this challenge back to the women to say that let's teach our boys better so that the future generation of our daughters or our granddaughters will not face the same problems and abuse that we have and our mothers have faced. And with that said, I would love to introduce the next speaker, who is Dr. Moses Kuvuame, and he's the founder and director of CAMCOM, and his subject is polygamy, a form of psychological abuse. With that said, Dr. Kuvuame, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me. Can you hear me? Yeah, thank you for inviting me to speak at this webinar on the 10th anniversary of IAC. Can you hear me?
Can you speak a bit louder?
Okay, let me just increase the volume here.
Maybe without the earphones, Moses.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So for the past 10 years, IAC has addressed topical issues related to patriarchy and oppression of Black women on the continent and in the diaspora. And the important work that IAC is doing.
What's it?
Yeah.
It's the background noise. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Wait. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that is better. Yeah.
Better now, right?
Yeah.
So the important work that IAC has been doing the past 10 years has contributed to global efforts to raise the consciousness of Black people and to give them the eloquent voices they need to speak about their experiences of gender inequalities. And this work has strengthened their individual and collective resilience and resistance. Over the years, the Center for African Mental Health Promotion has had the privilege of collaborating with IAC in relation to some projects. And this collaboration has enriched both organizations in various ways. So on behalf of Center for African Mental Health Promotion, and on my own behalf, I wish to congratulate you on your 10th anniversary. The assignment I have been given today is to talk about polygamy as a form of psychological abuse. And what I intend to do about this topic is to summarize what the existing research says about the unfortunate behavioral, mental, and emotional consequences of polygamous families or marriages. In doing this, I will focus more on the negative effects of polygamous marriages for wives and children, and draw a comparison between polygamous and monogamous marriages. That is, whether polygamous marriages are more harmful to wives, children, and husbands than monogamous marriages. This focus is very important because the future of any society is dependent upon its children and the well-being of mothers and their families. However, before I do that, I would like to clarify the concept of polygamy. Sociologists define polygamy simply as the practice of multiple marriages. Though people use the term polygamy synonymously with polygyny, there are several forms of polygamy. Let me mention them quickly. Polygyny is a form of marriage in which a man has many spouses or wives at the same time and has sexual access to all of them. This is often the common usage of polygamy. But there is also polyandry, where a woman has more than one husband at a time and have equal sexual access to all of them. Another form of polygamy we see in a situation where two or more women are at the same time married to two or more husbands. And we also have another form of polygamy, which is group marriage. So there are various forms of polygamy. The one that I will talk about today is polygyny, where a man has many spouses or wives at the same time. So polygyny is legal or recognized in many countries in Africa and Asia, especially in those that are Muslim dominated. Scholars estimate that between 20 to 50% of all marriages in Africa are polygynous. And men who practice Islam are more likely than Christian men to become polygynous. For example, a study in Nigeria showed that 98% of polygynous wives were Muslim. And studies have shown consistent results in the relationship between educational level and the frequency of polygynous marriages. Majority of women and men in polygynous marriages have significantly lower educational attainment than women and men in monogamous relationships. So what is the nature of the societies in which polygyny is widespread? In such societies, the practice is viewed as a way to ensure a family's socioeconomic security and stability. The additional children born in this form of marriage are valued for their labor, emotional support, and ability to provide for their parents in old age. And these are all male-dominated or patriarchal societies where men have power over women. Patriarchy is a system of systematic and institutionalized male domination and female subordination. It refers to a society in which men dominate all social institutions, the family, the political system, the economic system, the educational system, and so on. So with the power that men have in patriarchal societies, they are able to legitimate the practice of polygyny and exercise control over the sexuality and bodies of the women. The desire for patriarchal control of women through polygyny often finds its roots in strong traditions and structures, and often based on religious beliefs that privilege the power of men in all aspects of life. For example, though polygyny is anti-Islam, those who defend the practice in Muslim-dominated countries legitimate it with the Quran. From an Islamic perspective, there are several rules that men who choose to practice polygyny must follow. The Quran says, and I quote, "Marry women of your choice, 2 or 3 or 4. But
Moses?
Sorry?
Sorry, people are writing on the chat that they're struggling to hear you. If you can increase the volume of your device, please. Sorry for interruption.
Yeah, sorry, let me just go here.
There's also some background noise. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, it's much louder now. And the background noise is gone. I think it's the earphone that is causing the background noise.
Yeah.
Use without the earphone.
Your earphone is causing a lot of background noise.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Without the earphone, it's much better.
I have a problem here, sorry. Please, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yes.
So you can
Yeah, we can hear you.
You can hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. So I was talking about, I was looking at polygyny from an Islamic perspective, why the Quran says, and I quote, that marry women of your choice, 2 or 3 or 4. But if you fear that you shall not be able to treat justly with them, then only 1. That will be more suitable to prevent you from evil. And I'm quoting from Quran chapter 4, verse 3. So in other words, if a man cannot treat each of his wives equally, then he should only take 1 wife. Another verse says, and I quote, "You will never be able to deal justly between wives, however much you desire to do so. But if you have more than 1 wife, do not turn altogether away from her, leaving her in suspense." That's the Quran, chapter 4, verse 129. This particular verse emphasizes the impossibility of treating all wives equally and may be interpreted as favoring monogamy. Several studies point out the association between the practice of polygyny and psychosocial, emotional, and familial problems. This is partly the result of men acting without reference to the teachings of Islam, and in particular, the imperative to treat all wives equally and to assume a second wife only if economically feasible. Women in polygynous marriages have reported in many studies that men could not do justice or be fair between their wives. A study also showed that about 50% of men agreed that they could not do justice between wives. In Islam, it is important that a husband tells his first wife whenever he tries or plans to marry again. But in many instances, this does not happen, and the powerlessness of that lack of choice and the possibility of fewer familial, social, and economic resources can be very distressing. This is not the case in only polygynous families in Muslim-dominated communities, but also in other religious and cultural traditions. The literature on polygynous marriages has consistently shown that such marriages are generally associated with increased stress, tension, and disparity within the family structure. Women within polygynous marriages often experience varying degrees and types of emotional difficulties, such as anger, jealousy, competition, loneliness, unhappiness, and a lack of intimacy with their spouses. These experiences are attributable to competition among co-wives, considerable differences in age between spouses, decreased relatedness within households, and reduced certainty of paternity. Infertility and fear of divorce were found to be reasons why most women allowed co-wives into their marriages. Studies identified polygynous marriage as a marker of increased family stress that may contribute to mental illness in mothers and children within such families. So women within polygynous families showed more mental health problems than women within polygamous families. Other studies found that women in polygynous families experience more problems in family functioning, marital relations, and reported low self-esteem, less satisfaction with life, and more symptoms of physical illness, interpersonal sensitivity, depression, anxiety, hostility, and psychoticism. Psychoticism is a condition that is associated with aggressiveness, interpersonal hostility, and conflicts, unusual and strange thoughts and perceptions, anxiety, nervous behaviors, and frequently having feelings of fear and worry. Scholars agree that polygynous marriages create conditions that demand special coping strategies or abilities from wives for maintaining their mental health, especially in societies where women are dependent on their husbands in all aspects of life. It is therefore not surprising that some studies reported an overrepresentation of women in polygynous marriages in mental health clinics. Women in polygynous marriages suffer more from specific psychological symptoms like severe anxiety and panic attacks than women in monogamous marriages or families. And panic attacks are severe emotional distresses, and they are characterized by severe heart rates that can lead to fainting or may result in heart problems. It is often accompanied by physical symptoms such as sweating, dizziness, and shortness of breath, or physical complaints such as sleeplessness, restlessness, and muscle pains. The intense fear that often characterize panic disorders can result in an unhealthy state of mind, suicide attempts, drug and alcohol abuse, or increased chances of death. As I pointed out earlier, there is often competition and jealousy among co-wives in polygynous marriages. And studies show that most co-wives are likely to have very limited private time with the lone husband that they share. And they may therefore compete for his attention and favor. Many scholars believe that separation events that characterize polygynous marriages play the most important role as an environmental factor in causing panic disorder by inducing functional disturbances in the brain. The on and off absence of the husband can increase the likelihood of panic attacks, since such women experience separation at least 3 days in a week. Other studies have shown that in certain contexts, jealousy between co-wives escalates into intolerable levels, resulting in physical injuries sustained by women and suicide attempts amongst them. Families often live together in cramped and overcrowded conditions, creating an environment that increases stress and conflict between co-wives. The economics of polygyny can also be very problematic, especially in societies that are underdeveloped, where families are already faced with economic difficulties. And even in the oil-rich Persian Gulf region, a study found out that 75% of study participants agreed that polygynous husbands faced economic problems because of having to pay for 2 houses. Such economic hardships create psychological problems for wives, husbands, and children. And other studies show that senior wives are often less favored by their husbands. They have fewer economic resources and receive less conjugal support and attention than junior wives. It is therefore not surprising that some studies claimed that the first wife in polygynous marriages is affected psychologically and is more likely to visit mental health practitioners than junior wives. The first wives suffer more from loneliness, low self-esteem, and other emotional problems. The senior wives related their psychiatric symptoms to their husbands' subsequent marriages. So I want to continue by talking about the effect of polygynous marriages on children. An extensive body of research from different disciplines adopting different perspectives shows that the family structure has an important impact on the mental health and well-being of children. A supportive family can function as a protective factor against the child's developmental risks. Many studies have shown that an intact family with two biological parents provides the optimal developmental environment for children. Disruptive factors such as a lack of parental involvement, the psychological absence of parents, especially the mother figure, the dissolution of the family, and changes in the family system create lack of continuity in the child's immediate social environment. This, in turn, can negatively affect a child's adaptive and developmental health. The sudden shift from a monogamous to a polygynous family system that occurs when a husband adds a new wife to the family is likely to disturb the intact family system and pose a major challenge or threat to a growing child's sense of trust, security, and confidence. And many studies show that children who grow up in polygynous marriages or families experience a higher incidence of marital conflict, family violence, and family disruptions than children who grow up in monogamous families. The marital difficulties, discord, and distress these children experience in turn have a direct effect on their mental health or well-being. They tend to have poor social competence, a poorly developed sense of security, poor school achievement, antisocial and aggressive behavior, and increased heart rate reactivity. We are all aware of the fact that marital conflict may prevent effective parenting and parental involvement. Moreover, children who experience serious marital conflicts tend to use aggressive behaviors to solve problems, interact with others in a hostile manner, and may form alliances with one parent against the other. Researchers infer from these studies, all these studies, that the stressful experiences children experience in polygynous marriages are more likely to be associated with their maladjustment, including depression and violent behavior. These children may also become the targets of their parents' frustrations and may become their parents' scapegoats. When this happens, older children in polygynous marriages may take on the role of parents, functioning as parents for the rest of the family, including the parents themselves. They pay a huge emotional price as a result. Studies have also shown that polygynous marriages are more likely than monogamous marriages to be destabilized by spousal conflict, tension, and jealousy. Characterizes polygynous family life, exposes mothers and children to psychological problems. As shown earlier, research findings indicate that it is common for women in polygynous families to be unhappy. The marrying of a second wife is very distressing to the senior wife, and she may perceive this as emotionally abusive and traumatic. The literature review shows an association between marital distress and suppressed immune function, cardiovascular arousal, and increases in stress-related hormones. The distress the mother experiences can reduce her parental role and care and supervision for her children and her involvement with them. Some distressed mothers may become withdrawn, depressed, and even more hostile towards their children. Studies show that most polygynous marriages often lead to divorce. polygynous men may leave their senior wives and their children to live with their new wives and their children. The men or fathers may therefore not participate in the upbringing of his children. The children left behind may experience feelings of grief and abandonment and lower levels of parental supervision. The data show that the absence of the father is negatively associated with the children's poor school performance, teenage pregnancy, and a higher level of high-risk behavior like drug abuse, criminality, and effect on boys and young men are strongest as they have trouble with self-control, their gender identities, their sex roles, and their academic performance. Studies have also shown that polygynous marriages are more likely than monogamous marriages to end up in divorce, as I pointed out earlier. And this can bring about psychosocial and emotional problems related to anger, jealousy, and pain, and so on. So the conclusion here is that the studies review above prove beyond any reasonable doubt that polygyny as a family system or structure is a form of psychological abuse. It is not only a psychological abuse, but also an emotional one for children and for women. The findings suggest that even under the best circumstances, under the best conditions, polygyny is painful and a source of suffering for women and children. And some co-complicity in this use effectively participate in the abuse. When members of the family are not able to deal with their psychosocial and emotional problems, which are related to anger, jealousy, pain, conflict, and so on, this can continue in the family for generations. It becomes intergenerational suffering and emotional difficulties. There is therefore the need for health practitioners and policymakers to understand the special psychological and emotional needs of women and children in polygynous families. The voices and cries of women and children in such families are often unheard and their needs overlooked. And as I pointed out earlier, the future of any society is dependent upon its children and the well-being of mothers and their families. So it is my hope that understanding the psychosocial and emotional needs of women and children in such a family system will bring about effective interventions that can bring about their liberation from patriarchal and institutionalized male-dominated societies. Thank you. Once again, I congratulate IEC on its 10th anniversary. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my friend, Dr. Kwame.
And sorry for the sound, the problems with the sound. Yeah.
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
From your presentation, I think that regardless of how we look at it, polygamy has, or polygyny has a psychological effect on women and their children.
Yes.
So no matter how the male-dominated society or the patriarchal system that we come from, as Spain said.
So it came to a point when I found it quite difficult to relate to this this lecture that I was going to give. You know,
Me too. My mom happened to be the youngest wife, and when my dad was alive, we had a fantastic family life because he was all about his children.
Yeah.
But then when he died, the reality sets in, and then that is when you realize that regardless of how wonderful you thought you have it, the moment there is a situation, then you'll be found in a situation where You struggle. My mom struggled, and my sisters and brothers struggled. So regardless of how we look at it, we have to address polygyny in our African society more seriously for the benefit of this future generation. And with that said, thank you very much once again. And then I would like to
Amina, can I come in to a question to Moses? Moses, will you be here for the question and answer session? You will be here because people are writing on the comment list. They would want you to provide the literature list.
Yeah, sure. I have the literature list. I can send it to Nene for The research is quite extensive, you know.
But we'll still like you to stay on and answer a few questions if you don't mind.
Sure, I'll do that.
Thank you very much. Okay, our next speaker is Lamin Moran from IAC, and his topic is homophobia among Africans living in Norway. Lamin, the floor is yours.
Thank you, everyone. I hope all of you are hearing me well. Thumbs up if you can hear me loud and clear. Great. Before starting or giving the introductions, I would like to give a warm applause to IAC executive, the IAC member, or all the members in particular. But I would say a big bravo to Nene. He have worked tremendously year in, year out to set up these organizations, and the able members, and the president, my own sister, Sifo Toure, and the IAC Cultural Group, and all the members of IAC. I think it's an organization that everybody can attest to look at it compared to other organizations. They've been existing for 10 years, and it become a platform where serious cases like this or topic that we have a problem to discuss in our bedrooms, but they give a forum bringing intellectual or experts in that area and throw more light on where we both can learn. I also would acknowledge the presence of Her Excellency, Madam Fatouba Barrow, and all the ministers or distinguished guests who have come today or spoke before me. Big applause to you all. My topic today is to talk about why most African men hate homosexuality. Mr. Chairperson, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, greetings to you all. It is indeed a great honor to participate in this occasion. The theme of this year's conference is interesting, and my role today is to talk about why most African men hate homosexuality. I may to start from the basic definitions why homosexuality is given a full meaning, letter LGBT, a term usually substitute for homosexuality. Homosexuality is a romantic attraction, sexual attraction, or sexual behavior between two members of the same sex or gender. And LGBT is an initialism that stands for lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender. This issue of LGBT, especially homosexual, is being a key concern for almost all African countries, especially the present-day generations, has it become the most discussed agenda in most forums internationally, and to which Africa are not excluded. While Africa is not a tolerant, gross human rights violation of their fellow human beings, especially Africa based on sex or gender. They believe the LGBT is an important threat to their identity as African, and therefore the entire continent would remain free from LGBT promotion. African countries, however, agree that what two consent adults do their business, but as a continent, especially in the country where religions such as Islam and Christianity form the majority, they will not pressure, bully, or intimidate, or support, encourage, or worse, promote a cultural, tasteful conduct which are demerit to their religious and society. However, Africa are not being homophobic. Homophobia is a term often used to describe hostile reactions to lesbians and gay men, simply or implying one-dimensional construct of attitude of process of irrational fears. They strongly believe the sexual relationship of marriage, family, and nature are scared to most of us separate from profound matters. By allowing heterosexual relationships, marriage and family life is put into this limbo because the natural order is presented in a nature for all male and female to unite, weakling to natural agreement. On the basis of this, Africa is protecting its citizens from a contract which is thinking that the threat is caste, status of their religion, and their culture. Attempts to cast their heterosexual family relationship as otherwise will be rejected. An attempt to subvert epistemological order linked to their culture and religion. Generally, we understand that human dignity is harmed when minority groups are marginalized. We know that for many people, sexual orientations is not a fashion statement, but an important attribute to what they want to become. So for African men will not abut effort to demonize, harass, intimidate, discriminate, or injure anyone who have different point from them. But many believe against same-sex marriage. It is marriage for reproduction, and a couple of the same sex can reproduce. Or is that legalizing same-sex marriage, overturning the law of nature, means same-sex couple would now be reproduced? The stand for African against homosexuality, and among other things, is based on the main religious teaching of Islam and Christianity. According to the Christianity teaching, God made male and female, according to the book of Genesis, to complete each other and to reproduce or reprocreate. If the couples are unable to have children, the sexual reunion is the theoretical open for productions of the children. Homosexual practice is forbidden in the book of Leviticus. If a man lies with a male with the same as with a woman, both of them have committed abomination, to be put to death. Leviticus chapter 20. Verse 3. Condemn sexual right, aim that men who practice homosexuality will not inherit the kingdom of God. In Islam, the Quran, we argue that it is unrighteous and against the will of Allah. And if for two of you men who are guilty of lunas, punish them both. And if they spend or repent and improve, then let them be. Lo, Allah is merciful. In Surah An-Nisa, Surah 4, verse 16. Apart from the religious argument, homosexuality in a society encourages less women to marry. In most African society, women complain of polygamy because they don't share their husband with anyone. So therefore, if most of the men who married only one wife in appeasing their wife who do not want them to marry another wife, what would happen to the one that cannot get a husband? Also, according to Dr. Singh, there is most explosive promiscuity associated with homosexuality behavior. 75% of homosexual men have more than 100 sexual partners during their lifetime. More than half of these partners are strangers. Only 8% of homosexual men and 7% of homosexual women even have relationships lasting more than 3 years. Nobody knows the reason for this trend. Obsessive promiscuity It may be that homosexuals are trying to testify a deep physiological need of sexual encounter, and it's just not fulfilling. The male sexual average over 20 partners a year, according to Dr. Smith. In a democratic society, homosexuals claim they have the right to practice their feeling. In that case, what about the right of those who don't want polygamy or don't want homosexuality to be legalized in their community? And they are overwhelmingly majority. Finally, Mr. Chairperson, as a continent, Africa, believe they are sovereign continent and not bound by any cultural or moral standard of other nations. For majority rules democracy and for mutual respect and dignity for Africa have been known to respect the majority. Doing anything contrary tantamount to self-imposition and on the will of many, not only democratic wrong, but morally bankrupt. Thank you all for listening. I hope you enjoy, so we'll wait for question and answer session. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Lamin. I personally don't know how to approach your presentation because from what Thomas said and from your speech, if we want to base your presentation or other people's presentation based on the majority of the people's vote is what is important, then we as minorities in so many areas should not have a say. And I think that what I wanted you to discuss was why the African community don't talk about homosexuality, the homophobia. And I don't think that it was addressed. Unfortunately, that is my take on that. But having said, I think we'll open the forum for discussion and questions. But the important thing we have to note here is that tolerance is very, very important. Tolerance is very important, regardless of your sexual orientation, your beliefs. We live in a society where everybody has a right. So after having said that we have to accept our children for who they are, if you bring this presentation, somebody, then it defeats the whole argument that we have to be tolerant and accepting to all our kids, regardless of their sexual orientation.
Okay, I mean, if I may comment, this is not my personal stand. This is just a research point of view. And let me also make a question. Just let me. The angle I take, why it doesn't necessarily mean it refers to any particular area. This is something either you accept it or not. There are people who are using this term saying they're not going to accept it. If it accepted in Norway, it's not accepted in Ghana, we're still back onto the same square again. And these are the facts that many African countries would not allow or tolerate, like what you just said. LGBT. And it's the fact that tolerance, of course, have to be there, but it's not an easy topic. And these are the facts why some of those countries or some of those people who say no to, and they still stand firm until this point because they feel it's not been noticed before. So it's just something is imported from the other side to come.
Well, I'm glad that you mentioned that, but I have a friend who has been in a monogamous relationship for almost 30 years, and he happens to be gay. He's not promiscuous. So these are some of the arguments that are used against us as marginalized groups. So it's a bit touchy, but I think we'll open the forum for questions and then inputs from everybody. I can see Moses with his hands, with his hand up. So maybe he has a contribution towards Lamin's.
Well, I don't know, but I think that most Africans are homophobic, because of the way they are brought up, and they have been brought up in masculine societies, male-dominated societies, where their identities are tied to their sexual prowess. The number of women they are able to go to bed with, and all that. They refuse to understand the feelings of homosexuals, how they feel about the choices that they make about their sexuality. And I think that we should respect choices that
Moses.
Hello?
We are not hearing you again.
We are hearing Moses.
Yeah, maybe you have a problem with.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, hear me right. So what I'm saying is that I think that most Africans, especially the men, refuse to recognize other people's feelings in relation to their sexuality because they have been brought up in patriarchal societies, where masculinity is defined as having sex with a lot of women, and all that, the opposite sex, So I think that it's very important to really put ourselves in the position of homosexuals to really try to understand why they have made the choices that they have made. It's very important. Yeah, it has to do with individual sexual rights, isn't it? So that's my view.
Yeah, Memuna.
Thank you very much, Amina and Moses, for that discussion from Lamin's perspective. IAC seminar series, where Lamin is coming from, because I think it is the same line when we talk about polygamy. And what is Lamin usually brings the voice of the continent, would I call it, but you so are not heard. I think that is usually what he brings in, but it doesn't necessarily mean that that is what his contribution is. That is what his own views are. And what it does is that it sparks the conversation, I think, and then opens the conversation for the way forward. I think that is it, creating dialogue. Lamin, if I understand you clearly, because I hope these are not your own views. I attacked Lamin last year after he made the polygamy presentation. I come, Lamin, how could you do this? This is not you. And he was like, no, these are not my views. Then I got an understanding. So today I was not very provoked, Lamin, because I understood that you were bringing the voice of theirs that are not heard.
Yes, that's the point I tried across. These are not my personal stance. It's an research. That's why I make quotations or certain reference that you can look at, that this is what some of people are saying who are saying no to. And to knock at their door, it have to be a dialogue. Like you said, tolerance doesn't just come overnight. It has to be a constant.
It's just important that maybe at the start of your discussion that you should mention these things that it is clear.
That's my bad. But that's why I also mentioned now, these are not so people.
No, it's good to know, but in my language, they say that if somebody insults the chief in your presence, and they say go and insult the chief, and you go and insult the chief, it's not the chief, it's not the one who sent you, but the one who insulted the chief. But having said that, I know you and I know your views, but I'm still provoked by the continent's attitude towards the LGBTQ plus group. So.
Yeah, I understand. I think some of them who have followed that gay, when Honorable Babali take up, you can understand how the debate goes. I think those who watch it could be an artist to what I've just said now.
Yeah.
Yeah, can I come in as well?
Yeah, okay, Day, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm just laughing because since Lamin has insulted the chief, so the chief has to react. That is an interesting thing. I think what Lamin is saying, of course, is a reflection of, it reflects how we relate to these things. But I kept on telling people that, especially when it comes to issue of gay and lesbian, I don't know, those coming from Gambia, we have never had problems with gays and lesbians until Yahya Jammeh started bringing the issue in the forefront. I remember growing up seeing these people more into going with women in the company of women, in the company of girls. We sat, talk with them, chat with them, but there was nothing like an issue of antagonism or labeling or attacking them. But when we started having this issue of Yaya coming in the open, taking the labeling it, calling it the gay, the lesbian, and they started picking it up, it becomes a huge issue. That's when that hidden discrimination, that hidden intolerance also started coming up. But I have grown up and I see these people around me, but I've never, in fact, never even did I even know they're homosexualism. You just look at them and say they are different. And the women like them because when you enter into quarrel, you can go with them and then they help you. They really make the environment so nice. And that's how it has been. But then it has changed because the labeling and the naming, and this is what comes also with labeling and naming as well. Because they are Gambian citizens who bear that, and Gambians kept on saying that we don't have homosexual and lesbian. We do. I remember sitting by. I remember those days when they used to come and had the rapper sit down cooking with the women there. I remember all those people there, but we never have those issues. So I kept on telling that if Africa, well, let me take Gambia because maybe the other countries, I don't know, but if Gambia can be even a role model in showing the West how to live with lesbian and homosexual. But unfortunately, we react to whatever the West tell us. We just started fighting instead of looking at how we have been relating with these people and tell them, look, we don't have an issue with this. We've been living with them. We've been working with them. In fact, it's the West who have problem with these gays and homosexuals. That has been an issue. But we have been living with them peacefully. So for me, this is the issue I always like to add on this.
Ndai, can I come in? Yeah. I think it's very interesting what you mentioned that in Gambia we've existed with homosexuals and it was like they were funny, you could go with them. It is because, like you said, at that time, it was more about the social, the fun aspect of it. But when we started understanding as a society that there is a sexual orientation, there is a sexual activity attached to it, then it becomes very difficult for our people to accept. That is how I see it. Interacting with them like Gorjigenla and playing with them and that stuff, that is accepted. But the moment you bring the sexual thing, identity and interaction and everything, that is where the problems come in. And that makes it difficult for our communities, our traditions and customs to accept it. That is what
if I just want to comment, just not to take the floor from everybody. That sex thing actually is a Gambian issue because even with women, the moment the issue of sex come in, then there's a conflict. Then there's a problem. The moment a woman sleep with another person and not your husband or you're not being married, that also comes in. So we have a problem with sex as it is as well. So I think that also send it with the homosexual. Obviously, sex between a man and a woman is a challenge because you are not married to the person, but then sex with a man that becomes even double tragedy. So these are the situations because it's these things we have problems with that we haven't even come to terms with them. We haven't even dealt with them. We haven't even looked at them and assessed them.
Memuna, I think you
I
have.
thought Keja's hand raising.
We'll get back to him. But what I want us to get away from is who are they? They are just human beings. Whether they are homosexual, we label people, okay, we were okay with them. But if you want to go back to history, you know that homosexuality didn't start now. It's just that social media. What I want us to. Pardon? Somebody's saying something.
No, we lost you.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
So I just want us as a form of progress. We shouldn't say they and I mean these are them and then their sexual orientation. Just like we go around and nobody identifies us by our sexual, who are you sleeping, which man are you sleeping? We should look at them as our brothers, our sisters, our nephews, our nieces, our sons, and stop until we stop that. And maybe in the continent is different, but we in the diaspora can start the conversation. But having said that, Memuna, you said some people were asking questions. I can't see hands raised. So if you can help.
I saw Kejao raising hand.
Kejao, do you want?
I'm just trying to help you pick the hands.
Okay.
Okay. Amina, can I now we are going into the question and answer session.
Because Kenya was raising hand, I think.
So the floor is his, if he can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think we have to thank IAC Norway very much for this opportunity. And year in, year out, they have been providing a forum for everyone to talk about issues that that are really important to our community. Yo, mbalbe control to di mal nal control la IAC Molu. Comme même fola dro wolam ko next seminar anin seminar men kana malong fonto bi janne fonte tarlaje bari important le pour ya ke mandika kawoto anin Norwegian language isaje wol fanal sa mol sa understand asi mo jamal benefit ngamero important baba ke le ni mo diam la isaje nga try nga translate into mandinka. And what I'm saying is we should try and little bit accommodating to the I see ladies and gentlemen, ladies especially, and try to translate every speech into Mandinka or Norwegian so that it can benefit, a lot more people and they can participate when needed. I think that's really, really important. I think we have mentioned this every year, and it's really important because they are the members and we want their views. We want them to be part of the thing. So to come to the point about the debates, I think my first point is going to be to, as people are saying, to Lamin Marong, that over the years he has been taking the devil's advocate, if you like. Devil's advocate. Advocate stand. That is useful, but I think it's not very, very helpful to our ladies if we are fighting a cause that and to minorities like gays, for instance, because we are fighting for people's rights. So so if you bring a perspective, at some point it's important to bring two perspectives, but just one perspective of people who think it is okay to marry many women, it is really, really controversial and it's not very helpful to me. It might be helpful to other people, but it's not. So about the gays, I think as our societies are facing these things every day, it's really important we talk about them and give them a voice, because we're not saying that we want everyone to accept them and be tolerant to them and invite them to your house and give them meals and your children to interact with them. But what we are trying to say is don't discriminate, don't incriminate them, don't criminalize it, because that's what's happening in Africa now. And the Europeans are concerned because the boys will run to Europe and say that they want asylum because they are being, they are being persecuted by their governments. So, I think it's really important that we put this into proper perspective, because I think IAC is a forward-looking organization that has been talking about issues that are really, really controversial, if you like, but they are beneficial to the society, and we have to encourage our people to talk about these issues and without fear or favor, and encourage alternative views, obviously, but we have to push the agenda and make sure that our people are tolerant to minorities, like our minority views, even the women who are not minorities, but the views we express here are almost really. So I think
we just have to cut you short and then come to Lamin. I can see thank you very much for your valuable contribution, Keja. Lamin, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I just want to respond to Keja. Thank you very much for your comment. In any society, if you have a dispute you want to settle, if you have an idea or an agenda you want to discuss, you have to bring all sides of the coin.
Yes.
Either we like it or not. These are something here it's easier to discuss about because something like it's okay. But in Africa, it is not. And even some people live there, but they have this African mentality. And if you feel we have to take only one side, we're kidding ourselves. It's going to take ages before tolerance we're talking about come to place. So this, I think we have to bring in different views and see why are they not accepting it. And look at the government itself, what they stand when the thing happened in the Gambia. So,
and Lamin, I cut you short there and taking the guest from Gambia, Mr. Njai, yeah, I see a hand up there, Mr. Bojan.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much.
I just want to indulge how to engage them in this discussion about LGBT rights in Gambia as political party leaders. What do you think about the issue?
Yeah. Thank you very much, Maimuna, and all the listeners. Maimuna, I partly concur with Lamin for a lot of reasons. One will be, this is Africa. We are cultured and we have our own traditions. Now, LGBTs, the practice is it a way of life? Is it a religion? Is it a tradition? If it is just a way of life, what Africans
Bintu Ture, you can mute. Bintu?
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Okay. What we find disturbing is the way LGBT is being introduced in Africa. Let me put Gambia especially. The practice is against our culture, it is against our religion, and the fact that the EU and other development partners are using it as a weapon, that you have to accept the LGBT or you have to protect their rights in Africa before we can give you money for your projects and stuff like that, is in itself disturbing. And what Lamin is saying, I know when you're in Norway, in Finland, and other European countries, you will feel comfortable to discuss about the topic or to discuss about the subject. What we feel comfortable to talk about is that if it is a culture, we think it is not right for somebody to impose his or her culture on another person. If it is a religion, it is not right at this moment for somebody to impose his or her religion on another person. If it is a way of life, the same thing. If it is a human right violation, what we think personally as a politician, what I believe is that in the Gambia today, our women trekked over 500 meters to fetch water, clean drinking water. This is the problem that we think it is a problem, because that is the fundamental human rights that people in the Gambia, especially in the particular vicinity that we are located right now, if you want to fetch water, you have to get up early as 3 a.m., 4 a.m. in the night to fetch water. Those are the type of problems that we think are fundamental to address, like healthcare, like agriculture, the poor, dilapidated, and erratic electricity supply. So these are the priorities that we are concentrating on. Now, sometimes people will, criticize the former president for being ballistic and being so intolerant about the issue of LGBT in the Gambia. This was simply because the donors, like the EU, for instance, wanted the former president to accept to protect the rights of the LGBT in the Gambia.
No, he doesn't want them to prosecute. I think we have to put this in proper perspective.
Come again?
Yes.
Hello?
What's the comment, Keja?
Continue.
Yeah. So because there was a condition attached to the donation from the EU, and that is why he went ballistic. But like we were discussing here amongst ourselves, and these are some of the things that we all know. The LGBT group have been quietly living here in the Gambia here for a very long time. It was only when they now attach condition to their protection before they give us aid that everything went wayward. And I think in Africa, LGBT right protection is not right yet, because we feel that there are other, important and immediate areas that we have to concentrate on that affects our rights than the protection of LGBT rights. As a politician in the Gambia, what we know is that the rights of the LGBT can be protected if you are living in Norway or in Finland or in other part of European countries, and then you want to visit the Gambia. the conditions are that we are a cultured people. If you're going to bring in something that is foreign, you also have to understand that we are going to lens it through our sociocultural point of view. So I think the protection of the rights of the LGBT, it is not right in the Gambia because it is against our religion, it is against our cultures. And then if it is against the human rights, there are other fundamental human rights that are daily violated in this country that we as politicians are concentrating on, i.e. provision of clean water for women, provide provision of healthcare and ensuring that there is affordable and fixed electricity supply for this country, and many other issues that are peculiar to our daily life.
Mr. Bojang, I think I would just interrupt you there because I think the reason why the Europeans are doing this to me, this is not the first time Europeans are imposing things, giving us aid, tying it to conditionalities. And we have accepted it as Africans and our governments have accepted it. And now when we talk about LGBT rights, we are talking about, not about a cultured people, whether we are cultured or not, but we are talking about the fundamental human rights of people that have been abused. And I think it is very important for us as a people and for political parties and leaders to take this into consideration. And like they said, see how to deal with it in our own African context. Not saying that Europeans were not accepting this because of this, but let us see as Africans, how do we incorporate this in our society? Like how do we, what kind of strategies, what kind of mechanisms do we have to put in place? Because I think we cannot get away with it. We live in a global village where everything is globalized. Our kids would come to us and say that I'm this, I'm that. What will you do? You cannot kill them.
I saw Aliu Manjang's hand up. I don't know whether, Aliu, I just want to quickly react to Lamin and then back to you. Well, they can take over. Yeah, okay, Aliu can take, then I come back. Yeah.
And I think we should have time to talk about polygamy, please, people. We cannot talk about LGBT.
Aliu will talk about polygamy and anti-gay.
Aliu, can you unmute?
No, I have a quick question to a quick comment to the politicians' contribution.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that we have to be very careful when we talk about Gambian culture, African culture, as if it's something static out there, I think cultures are more dynamic than they are static. So it's very important that those who are in positions of power make room for cultural changes, because no cultures, are static. Every culture in the world is dynamic. We can incorporate changes, new changes into our cultures. So for me as a sociologist, there is nothing like a Gambian culture or an African culture, because these cultures have been undergoing changes all the time. And cultures borrow from one another, different cultures, when different cultures meet, they borrow from one another. So there isn't any static culture called Gambian culture or African culture, So it's very important for the politicians to remember that.
Thank you. Aliu Manjang?
Yeah. Aliu? Yeah, we can hear you. You're a bit far from the speaker.
He was mute.
Okay, now he's unmuted.
Aliu, you are mute again. Aliu. Yeah, we cannot hear Aliu.
And we just would have to add to that, like Moses said, as a sociologist, I cannot accept things being called like the way of life. They choose to. I've seen in our discussions that comes up that the way of life they have chosen. It's not something chosen. It's social and it's biological.
I think we are having problem hearing Aliu. Can I just also react to that? I mean, for me, I as I said again, I'm happy that we have politicians also sitting here. The problem I always have with this situation are how our politicians or our leaders react to some of these things. And I will say it, and I kept on saying it even when the Europeans were talking about these things. The problem I have that we don't tell them that we have been, as I said again, we have been living with these people without any problem. We should be teaching them how to live with them. because it's in fact the West, they were more of anti-lesbian and gay and homosexual. We have been, as I said, I grew up seeing Seringbai and all these people, and they've been there. So for me, I don't see why our leaders or our politicians cannot stand up and tell the European that, look, we don't have issues living with these people. We will do it in our own way, how we used to do it with them, and we'll continue doing it with them. But I don't see that. All I see is that this is not, they are not, I mean, you are not going to tell us what to do, but they've been telling us what to do because they've been feeding us. If they are taking nearly 0.5% of our budget, feeding it, and taking us to turning us beggars, I don't see the problem. For me, the only problem I have with is the reaction of our leaders and our politicians. We have seen homosexuals, and there are lots of them. I think many Gambians have interacted with them. Many Gambians have lived with them without zero problem. We can teach them how to do. We've been living with them without zero problem. It is just when we started putting the name on them. Of course, I'm going to talk about the sexuality as well. That is having problems. So we can come back and tell them that you don't need to tell us. We've been living and not have problems.
Thank you, Ndai. Thank you, Ndai. Aliu?
Are you ready? Yeah, Aliu. We can hear you. You have to remove your speakers. We can hear you.
Ali, we cannot hear you. You have to probably write it and then we will say it for you.
Okay, now.
Can I come in there? I mean, answer Lamin Bojang quickly.
No, we would just want to try Ali to get Ali. Ali, are you there?
No, I think Ali.
Hello, I've raised my hand a long time. My name is Kumba.
Yeah, Kumba.
I don't want to.
Okay,
yeah.
Vashugo, I can speak.
No, thank you very much. I've raised my hand for a while. First of all, I just want to say congratulations to IAC Norway for this event. It's the first time I'm joining, and I must say I'm really impressed. Congratulations and well done. You know, one would think that with everything going on, COVID dictating social distancing, you would cancel the event, this year's event. But the fact that you're going ahead with it this way shows your commitment and your resilience, and I really commend you for it. I was not sure whether to join or not. When I was joining, I did not know what to expect, but I must admit I'm pleasantly surprised. I was joining thinking that I'll come for the opening for an hour and logged off, but really I've been on with you from the start and I'm still on with you, which shows that the topics are relevant, they're important, and I'm happy that we have forums like this where people are discussing about these things openly. You know, we are not discussing anything new. You are not discussing anything that we do not know about, but it's the honesty and the openness coming out with it and talking about it publicly and educating and empowering each other. So it's just like to say, well done, congratulations, keep the conversations going. If there is anything I can take from it is I'm happy with the honesty and I'm hopeful for the future. And with everything you discuss, I'm sure you'll come up with action out of how you're going to implement and move ahead in this new move as. Well done and thank you.
Thank you so much, Sister Kumba.
I think Momodu Jallo, Ali's phone is not working, the sound is not working. Momodu Jallo has had his hand for her. We need to follow the chat, the moderators.
We are doing that, Nene. We are doing that. It's just that we have to. Momodu.
Oh, good to you all. Can you hear me loud and clear?
We hear you loud and clear.
But we can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you very much. I'm very, very grateful for this kind of a conference or of different caliber of speakers, and then the topics that are said here is very important. And then just want to ask.
Then mute your phone.
Oh.
I think it's an echo from Mr.
Me doesn't me.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I thought, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Anyway, I have to I just thank all the organized committee for the wonderful speakers that you have on the floor here, and then such a conference, educative and entertaining, so that the young generations will be well informed and giving us good information so that the way forward. I had a question for Moses about polygamy, and he had mentioned polygamy extensively. Okay, so he had mentioned polygamy extensively, which is a, if you look at our culture or looking our way of setting, looking at the way of our setting in the Gambia here, it is very, very important that we consider some of the norms and values of our settings. But polygamy, he had mentioned some of the psychosocial aspect of it and the impact it has in our society, into our economy, into our way of life. But I just want to understand from him that in the way the African people perceive, polygamy is more or less of trying to see that if there is a polygamy, people are supporting each other. The family will use, especially in the urban setting area, people tend to go in for polygamy because, through polygamies, you can have a lot of children, you can have a lot of family around, and that can be very, very useful in terms of labor, in terms of activities. But I'm happy that he had mentioned some very important aspect of it, and we are living in a generation now whereby these are the things that we have to fade away or get away from. So I want him to explain to me, or to elaborate more in terms of some advantages of polygamy. And then my second point is, I think Lamin Kejau made mention of phobia about homosexuality. It is a very sensitive topic. I think the world is living in a globe, and then in a global village where everybody has every right to live everywhere you feel like to be. But it is also important that we also try to recognize some of the culture and customs of those living in that area. So we will find it very difficult for a way forward. So I have spoken.
We just have to cut you short there.
I have to thank you very much for this laudable gesture, and then I hope in the future, you will also include COVID-19, because the social aspect that COVID-19 has impacted in our community, in our society, would also have been very, very important point for one of your speakers to talk about. So on that note, I thank you all.
Thank you, Modu. Was that a question to Moses? Moses, do you want to come in?
Yeah. I think I addressed the advantages that accrue to polygamy, because the system of family is seen as a way of ensuring the family's socioeconomic security and stability in terms of the number of children in the family. It is believed that children in the family will be an important source of labor, especially in agricultural communities. And there is a study which shows that men benefit psychologically from polygyny. The men who were interviewed in relation to the practice reported that they have psychological well-being, from being in polygynous marriages. But I think that when we discuss issues of polygyny, we need to really contextualize it. We need to ask ourselves, what is the context of polygyny? And that context is patriarchy, a system where men dominate and subordinate women, So it's not just a matter of saying that polygyny is a cultural practice. So who are the people who decide that we should have such a practice in society, especially in male-dominated societies? It is the men who have the power, you know, to determine what the culture will be like. So I think that it's not just a matter of talking about the advantages of having polygyny as a system of government. We must, as a system of family, we must also contextualize it and look at the underpinnings, the patriarchal underpinnings of the practice. And that is where the issue is, actually. And then we have to view it from the perspective of the victims, the women and children who are part of such families. So yes, I mean, the literature talks about what the men, especially the men or those who have power in society, think of as the advantages of polygyny. But then I address the issue from the perspective of the victims, especially in terms of the emotional and psychological assaults that polygyny can have on them. So I don't know if I've answered your question.
Momodou Diallo, did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you very much, Moses.
And Modu, the politicians from Gambia, Papa, or whoever
Yes,
wants
hello.
to come in there.
Hello, Maimuna.
Modu had a question to you.
Okay.
Oh, Aliu. Aliu is here. Let's take Aliu first.
Hello.
Hello.
Now
we
you
can
hear
you
me?
loud and clear, yes.
We can hear you loud and clear.
All right, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this event. Actually, I'm very much impressed by the fact that, you know, we have. I mean, of course, I can see other nationalities, but majority of the panelists are Gambians. So I'm very much proud of the fact that we have Gambians in diaspora who are very much, I mean, interested in these intellectual discussions. Sometimes I feel so disappointed when I see my fellow Gambians, you know, engaging in soft issues on internet and trying to bring each other down, you know, for personal issues. So I think this is very important and this should be encouraged. Before I will go into my question, I think I should highlight this. I understand that most of you are activists, or at least gender activists, or I mean, advocates for certain rights. Your position definitely will quite be different from some other people who might not have the same, you know, outlook to the issues, who might be looking at it from at least intellectual point of view. So I think that it's very important once to remember that. I would prefer to ask this in one of the local language, but I understand we have other speakers who might not understand like one of our local language. So
well,
my first.
Moses is from Ghana as well, and Thomas is Norwegian Caribbean. So if you can say it in Mandinka and then translate it, we will appreciate it.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Let me try to speak in English. My first question has to do with the empowerment of women, and more specifically, Gambian women. Here, Her Excellency is not here, or Honorable Minister. She mentioned about this particular point. But my question is about whether there is any effort on the side of the government, or at least those who are, I mean, stakeholders, as far as gender empowerment is, women empowerment is concerned. Is there any concerted effort to help women to balance work and family, especially childcare? I'm currently conducting a research on this particular issue, and I interview like 40 Gambians who are working in different sectors, most formal sectors, but I mean in different private sectors as well as government, civil service sector. They mentioned about difficulties of balancing work and family. And if you look at the policy context in terms of regulations and policies we have in place, that is a Women Act, Child Act, early education development strategies, and other relevant documents that concerns women and children. You have portion of, I mean, the segment or themes that address these particular issues. But in practice, a lot of women are finding it difficult to appreciate their job outside home and also have enough time for their children. because maternity leave is only 6 weeks. Sorry, yeah, 6 months. After the elapse of that 6 months, many people find it difficult to leave their infant at home. And here we are not talking about tradition, we are talking about modernity. In other countries like Europe, you have very vibrant child care policies. Like, for example, in Norway, I'm not very much familiar with your social welfare system, but I know that women has a very, the lengthy break after their childbirth. And there are also some child benefit that is, they're transferred by the government, and that will also help, at least women to have some break. And you have similar systems in France and Canada, where the subsidies are given to childcare facilities, at least to enable women to place their children in those facilities and to work. In Gambia, we don't have that. Even though we have some, the private child daycare facilities, but it's very expensive compared to the low return of labor market in the Gambia. And considering that the salary, the average salary of the Gambian, especially women, is between 5,000, 6,000. Many women cannot afford to put their children in those daycare facilities. Now, this is the situation. How women should be empowered in this particular issue, on this particular issue. What are the strategies in place? Apart from the maternity leave, which is very, to most of the women interviewed, it is very short for them. And in fact, they have adjustment strategies. They either take their kid with them to work if the work is very family friendly, or they place it with a trusted neighbor, which is not very much easy to have with this organization and the death of trust among us. Or what they would do, they would take one of their siblings from school to take care of their children, which is also a violation of the right of that particular female child. This is a dilemma. And unfortunately, gender discourses in Gambia, overlooked, at least according to my understanding, overlooked these particular issues. So my question to you, I know most of you are very much concerned about what is going on in the Gambia, especially those sitting on the place, that those politicians. What are the strategies in the place to help women, as Amartya Sen put it, like through his capability approach, to achieve what they value. They value going to work, but also they value looking after their children. What are the strategies in the place? This is my first question. Second question has to do with the domestic violence. They Jobati talk about that. I do agree with you. Of course, we have domestic violence. It's very prevalent in the Gambia. But now, for me, my understanding is Gambia, most of our policies are not based on evidence. In Norway or in any European countries, a policy maker, or at least those who are in charge of implementing policies, they will be able to tell you that, in this period of time, we have this number of cases, and they involve this particular group, like Africans, or the Norwegian origin, or the age category. They will be able to tell you even the location where these incidents happen most. And this helps policymakers to know why this problem comes. Because if you find that, for example, in this period of time, from January to February, most of abuses occur in this particular period, that will give you a hint like why this is happening. And knowing that will also help you to address the issue. And if you know that it happens, for example, in the first years of marriage, or within this particular age group, like 16 or 17, 18, that will tell you, okay, maybe because of the early marriage, or because of the, if you know the economic background of the abusers or abuse, that will also help you.
And can you ask your question, because time is.
Oh, okay. I'm very sorry. So one day, I know we, all of us want, the domestic abuse to reduce, or at least to be eliminated. But to what extent do we have any effort? Do we have any data to support all those background information that will give policymakers idea of what they are doing, at least to be able to address the issue adequately? The third question is about polygamy. I know most of you don't want me to talk about it. I only have a question to the last presenter, I forgot his name, he cited a lot of references, like this phenomenon, the polygamy is a social phenomenon. And the way it is understood, the way it is practiced, value attached to it, it differs from one context to another context. Arab world, and this is a predominant Muslim world. The way polygamy is practiced here is quite different from how it is practiced in the Gambia. And any research that is conducted here cannot be generalized to include Gambia. So it will be very much interesting to know where those research were conducted. And in fact, if we can have lists of references, I don't doubt the genuinity of the research, but for the academic honesty, I think this is very important for us to know, knowing that polygamy is a social phenomenon. The way it is
Thank you,
practiced.
Aliu. I think you've made your point there. Thank you so much for your contribution. Moses, can you comment?
Yeah, I think I can address that. You know, Aliu, the research on polygamy or polygyny is very extensive, and it covers a lot of countries. You know, I reviewed about 20 articles, which, you know, based on research carried out in different countries. I can send the articles to you if you are interested in it. Okay. So
yeah, I sent you my email. I love to see them before, in fact, coming to this session. But it's okay.
Yeah, well, you have to understand that I could have mentioned the names of the researchers and all that, but this is not an academic presentation. You know, it's meant to be. This is a very small lecture, so I just presented the substance of the literature review. So I can.
Okay, I will be interested to see them. That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think the next question is Tunde, but Ali, before bringing Day in, the minister is not here. She left actually. And the things that you pointed out, I think the minister mentioned it in her speech. And those are the cultural challenges of women's empowerment. That is what you mentioned. And we all know as women that have been very active about the situation in Gambia, especially when it comes to women and gender issues. We know that there is a lot to be done. And that is exactly what we are advocating for women, more women to come out and have a voice, a common voice to say that, you know what, advocate for what is in our favor. Maternal leaves and all these benefits that would make us more, that is what we should advocate for, Aliu. It's unfortunate that the minister is not here to answer that question. And Day, can you come in? They can also talk about that.
Yeah, I'll come to Aliu. Aliu, yes, I agree with you. First, I will go to the issue of you talk about maternal, how to help them with the kids in terms of balancing work and family. I haven't seen anything yet in the Gambia. I haven't seen any, as you might also know. And unfortunately, the minister is not here also to answer that question as well. But for me, I think the best strategy is just like it's done in other places, to be able to create a place where these kids can be while their parents are at work. And I think that is not difficult. Even in the villages, I don't see that as a difficult thing to do, because most of these villages, if you look at them, they are very small as well in terms of scale and likeness and things. To be able to have a kindergarten or a daycare where these kids can be until their parents come back, I think that should be something government should look at. This is one thing. And also talking about data and intellectual discussions. One thing, Ali, we are all intellectuals. We've all been to universities. We've done our research. We wrote our thesis. We continue to do research. There is intellectual debate. There are debates as well that are not intellectual, but they are fact-based. They are fact-based and based on people's experiences. And those discussions have to take place. For an intellectual debate to happen, you have to have those facts. You also have to have those experiences to be able to monitor, trace them, and then put them in a base. This is what the two cannot go. They're interlinked. You cannot have intellectual debate without that other side of it. So, and those are the discussions we are having now to lead to those who are academic, interested in following and researching on these things, to go further and do the work on it. Yes. Now, going back to this, I know Bakari Sise did a research, I think, survey he did on the effect of domestic violence during this COVID period. I just have to look for it because I remember he tagged me on it myself. And I know Aisha Dabo also has opened up a calling number monitoring domestic violence for people to call to report it. Aisha Dabo also has launched that number. There's a hotline now in the Gambia. You can call to report that. That also is there. So these are all these baby steps that I don't know whether it's a government thing, but these are individuals who are activists. So I'll assume their activism lead them to that. Yes, there's a lot to do. There is more to do. And yes, and having people like you also coming into the activism or coming into as an academic to follow up and do some of this research is very important also, because we need as many researchers, as many academics to look at it, but also the experiences and what these people experience and the facts also that are there needs to be discussed. And this is where this activism, where the platform also are. But yes, I agree with you. And tomorrow, maybe you would be here. The minister is going to be here, even though it's the Nordic Investment Forum, but he's going to talk about how women in business and all. And these are very important, because if women are going to do business, if women are going to be entrepreneurs, they need to be able to balance the family. Maybe that will be the time to also opportunity to ask the question. We hope she will be here with us for the whole day, but tomorrow she will be here. So we're hoping that tomorrow she will be here for the whole day, then we can take up that issue as well.
And Aliu, as they mentioned, there is a domestic violence hotline, or domestic violence hotline that is being initiated by some organizations in collaboration with the Ministry of Women's Affairs. And the last time Isaac came to present that, he actually mentioned the data, that they have now been collecting data from what the kind of cases, where they come from, just like you said. And I think that is a good start to have a statistic on domestic violence. Thank you very much. Amina, do you want to come in? Because we have to wrap up now.
Yeah, I thought maybe Nene would want to say a few words, or she waits until tomorrow. I'm not sure. Nene?
No, Amina, I think you guys have done a great job. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Then we'll have to wrap up. Once again, want to thank our invited guests, our speakers, wonderful speakers from Norway, and our invited guests from the Gambia. Thank you so much. And congratulations to IAC. And we intend to keep up the good work and keep bringing up controversial topics. And then we'll see you guys tomorrow for the investment forum. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you very much, Madam First Lady, for being with us today. I think she left and the minister left, but we have been honored to have them on this platform today. And thank you to Mr. Njai, Mr. Bojang, and Mr. Drame for taking the opportunity to join us today, all the way from the Gambia. You had to come to one place to be together. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. And to our guest from Norway, Thomas, Moses, Lamin, thank you very much for your contribution. IAC ladies, thank you so much. The organizers and everyone that has been involved. We see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Yes, hour. Yes, it's finished.
Marcus Garvey family, ancestors no leave me. Naya Bingi, Bobo Shanti. Ay, 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 ay. Oh, oh, oh. Ay, 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 ay. Hey, hey, hey. Ay, 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 ay. Oh, oh. Ay, 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 ay. Hey, listen, the blood of African kings run in my vein. Here in Jamaica, rebellious offspring. We've got a warrior spirit inside. From that time, we can't change. And this a warrior spirit inside. It come from break every shackle and chain. Manashaka Zulu, Whitney, and Kuma.
Whitney, Kunta Kinte, Whitney, just like Malcolm and Martin and Marcus and Fiery, Puma, Whitney, Vela Kute, Whitney, Kunta Kinte, Whitney, just like Garvey and Marley and Fiery. Look how many years them whip we, that's where they whip our microchip we. And I don't see Babylon style of fit me, buckle it out, come make we get to with victory. Them fight my brother and sister, and when we are dance, them say we're moving sinister. When all we do is love our culture, I beat the drums and we are chase the vultures away. Man a Shaka Zulu, Whitney, Paul Bogle, Whitney, Lulumba, Whitney, it's like Martin and Malcolm and Marcus and Fiery, Garvey, Whitney, King Selassie, Whitney, Mandela, Whitney, it's like Marcus and Martin and Fiery. The thoughts of freedom fighters dwell in my brain, stolen from Africa. The mission is still the same. We've got a warrior spirit inside. It well wild, it can't tame. And this a warrior spirit inside. It come to break every shackle and chain. And them a try brainwash me. Rise we mind the meditation dirty. They never tell we say black is beauty. Me nah go bleach, me say me nah dilute it. No, hey, you search your history. Break the puzzle, come make we solve the mystery. Hey, a Solomonic dynasty from the line of David, what a priceless legacy. Man Shaka Zulu, Whitney, and Kuma, Whitney, Kunta Kinte, Whitney. It's like Malcolm and Martin and Garvey and Fiery, Nanny, Whitney. Sam Sharp, Whitney, Buju Neke, Whitney. It's like Martin and Marley and Garvey and Fiery.